Hey everyone, I kind of just want to dive the fuck in with this. It's all bapping today. I might take a break in a little bit in order to make a coffee. But I might leave the stream running while that's happening, just put the music back up or whatever. Hey everyone, welcome to the Liberal Slop stream. I did some funky makeup today, I hope you like it. Hello Fanboy Transboy 18. Hey Kat, lovely to have you here. Hello Lego 2x4, great username. And Eclectic Envil, welcome to the stream. I can see it's your first time chatting. Same to Perpetual Motion 1. Welcome to the stream, it's lovely to have you here. Says, hey all, first time I've been able to catch one of these live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If I understand correctly, you were a VOD viewer, which is my favorite kind of viewer. Are you okay? Sorry, I thought that was blood. No, it's okay, it's my eyeshadow. It's the same color. I've just done it. Like, I have done it across the places I got surgery, to be clear. That was the fun I was having with my face today. But, no, I'm okay. Well, what did we get up to? Nathan the Noob, hello, welcome to the stream. And Malinaray as well. And this dungeon sub-boss and Peppercorn, and Adam1729, Small Cute Frog. I love Small Cute Frog. That's such a good username. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hello, welcome. Lego 2x4 says, Sophie, The World Is Not Ending is so fucking good. I agree. I think it's really fucking good. I look forward to chatting with the Liberal Slop viewers about The World Is Not Ending in weeks to come as more people have checked it out and had some time to digest it. Emphasizing scars with makeup isn't something I've seen before, but it makes sense and is rad as hell. I don't have scars there. My scar, my scars are under here and across the top of here, because to do this bit, they just peeled my face right down. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Okay. Right. I'm diving right in. Let me tell you what today looks like. Today, we are doing a very special Liberal Slop stream because I think I have found someone who has potential to be a Liberal Slop nemesis, a true enemy of the state of the stream. Most wanted number one. Last time on Liberal Slop stream, insert flashback here, we read Welcome to the Age of FOOMSCROLLER by Ross Anderson. And this article, it haunts me. It stuck with me beyond the stream. It comes to me in my dreams. I think about it when I wake up. It's the perfect conflation. It constitutes everything that a Liberal Slop article needs to be insufferable. And I think there are good odds that Ross Anderson has done this again. So, and I don't usually do this, but I think we can go searching for those little gold nuggets in the history of things Ross Anderson has published. I think lightning might actually strike twice here. Now, what are the things that I think the full bingo card that we got with FOOMSCROLLER? I don't expect to get this all ever again, but just to highlight it, right? He was inventing a word and trying to make it work. He was discussing topical events from the perspective of a consumer and or investor, in this case both. He was describing the utter alienating horrors of neoliberalism as if it was a good thing. And the last square I will label ideology, but like we could equally call this Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. We could also call it those liberals will not invent materialist analysis, but God love them, it's not going to stop them trying, right? Everything was there. It was fucking insufferable to read. The analysis was bad, deeply liberal, deeply cringe, deeply, deeply sloppy. So, today, for the main stream, for the most part of the stream, I'm just going to read as many Ross Anderson articles as we can all fucking tolerate. But before we get there, I have two more things. One is that I'm going to read an introductory article from the New Statesman by Richard Dawkins about gender. Sometimes I like saying things on stream and just kind of imagining chat like squirming and suffering. Nathan has tipped £10. Thank you so much, Nathan, and says, I can't wait to hear about this slop. Slop time. Thank you so much. One, I'm going to be reading a Richard Dawkins article from the New Statesman about gender. Yay! And two, before we begin, and throughout the stream, I'll remind you, I want Damani. Give me Damani. I'll just be super real with you, chat. I've been working really, really hard for the last couple of months, and I think I deserve treats. Now, conveniently, it is my little tiny wife's birthday. Nat, say hi.
Yeah, it's my birthday this month, at the end of the month.
In 10 days.
In 10 days? Oh my god, time is passing so quickly. In 10 days.
It's Nat's birthday in 10 days, and I'm taking her to Paris. We've finagled a little Red Planet work trip, so it can be paid for by the show, and we go over and we meet a bunch of base comrades, and we're going to film a little project. It's all very exciting, but...
Perfect birthday adventures.
It's shit Nat's into, right? It's like when she got me the riverboat tour of the Thames where they talk about bridge infrastructure. It's like, she knows me very well. I know that she would also just very much enjoy to spend her birthday talking to French communists. But it's also a little birthday trip, and we can't get Red Planet to pay for Nat's birthday. So, I would like you all to donate for Nat's birthday so that I can buy her lots of little birthday treats in Paris. I would really like us to get £300 more donos in today, if we can. I have a couple of things to add to this. One, if we can do this, we can buy a little preemptive treat and get some Chinese food tonight.
Aww.
And two, if we do this, I have another liberal slop stream planned where, and I've already discussed this on stream, but where there's a bit in The World Is Not Ending where I say I could give another essay just as long as this one about this, and then I make a statement. If we can hit the goal, then before we go away to France, I will do that stream where I just...
That will be a treat, confirmed. Good thoughts.
It's about Mark Fisher, shockingly. If we can hit the goal before we go away to France, I will do a stream where I explain what that essay would be, right? I give as much detail as possible, essentially try to deliver the essay. It's not going to be scripted. I'm just going to explain off the top of my head why I estimate that there is a full, like, The World Is Not Ending sized project in explaining all of this stuff and discussing it and talk through all of the points. And I think that would be a lot of fun for you little sickos who seem to enjoy this kind of thing. Anyway, right, that's why it's so important to donate. You got to donate. Do it. Give me the money. Command tip is how you do that. Okay, now, it's time for the New Statesman, Richard Dawkins, gender. Let's fucking go. Where are we looking? It was in this week's article, so where am I going to find it? Through Googling, I found a very excited Mumsnet thread titled "What is a Woman" by Richard Dawkins in the New Statesman! ! Nice. Turf's just really, really, really excited to publish some stuff that gets oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, Good lord. This is some atrocious slop. I'm gonna be showing you all this in a second, but like, woof. This is okay. But this is from the 26th of July. So we need something more recent. Meredith K. Pseudonym, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Everyone, please remember, if you have a Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch account, and you can give me a free subscription. It doesn't cost you anything, but it does give me real money. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, I really like that the New Statesman has a actually, and it's time to bring up to actually put this stuff on screen now, because I just found out that the New Statesman has a section called transgender.
Scum. They're scum. They're fucking scum.
I'm just finding it interesting that, like, so firstly, they have a whole section dedicated to 1% of the population.
A section called transgender, where they have cis people writing articles attacking trans people.
Yeah.
Every single time. Pretty sure must be every single time, right?
This one might not be. Sam Smith and the Return of the Satanic Panic.
So if it's
just
about
discussing the
pop music,
transphobia,
then
well, it's like all things. Oh, Rosie Duffield, you never change sex.
Can her party find a compromise? Yeah, pretty much every single time.
This is awesome. There's just a whole section of stuff that's been tagged with transgender. I remember us reading this one, Hannah Barnes, the Time to Think book that they were promoting. Oof. Oh. They got Monroe Bugdoff in. There you go. There's one trans person they got to actually speak. It's gonna be classic as we get further into like the earlier released articles. You'll see a bunch of just like normal normal progressive views of like trying to promote acceptance.
You see that with the BBC, their like
and if you
trans
scroll
section where it's like insane, like horrific gibberish until you get back to a point where they weren't like completely devoted to being institutionally transphobic, and it's just like normal.
Our fears are about male abusers, not transgender women. Hey, does everyone remember when I gave a speech and I said I know that the police are a danger to women and not trans women because I know who killed Sarah Everard. Fucking how quickly people seem to have just moved on from caring at all that a Met police officer kidnapped and murdered a woman using his powers as a police officer to do so. Absolutely wild. Absolutely fucking wild.
Richard Dawkins is a vile misogynist anyway. And
okay, I'm getting to... You said if there was something really, really interesting.
Yes, you're right.
I want to earn birthday money for you right now, and for you to just sit on the sofa and look at little posts or whatever and just have a nice time and not work at all. That's what I want. That's what I'm trying to do. And if there's something super interesting, then you can come and comment on it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Trans Salamander. Thank you, Kat. Oh my goodness, for tipping £30. Get Nat something nice. Happy early birthday, Nat.
Thank you.
I was just hanging out with Kat the other day, everyone. Kat's from the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch. She came by and visited and hung out with some friends.
It was an extremely cool time.
It was a chill day. We mostly just played with Transformers dolls, honestly.
It was lovely.
Very, very chill. Smoked some lavender.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah. Thank you also to Peppercorn. I'm sorry if it's meant to just be Peppercorn. Who tipped £5 and said, happy birthday, Nat. Perpetual Motion has tipped £10 and says, I happen to have the funds on hand to give back for all you've done. Thank you for being inspiring and proactive and funny and just a bright spot on a bad day. All the best. Oh, I'm so glad I can help that way. Thank you so much for the £10. And Limny Polly has tipped £5 and says, have my I forgot to organize using Patreon for another month money. Well, thank you very much. Okay. Cool. I don't know why my camera is here today. My camera has decided to be here today, and it shouldn't be. Let's put me back up here where I belong, looking down upon the liberal slop, judging it from above. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Yeah, I think that we're just gonna go into why biological sex matters by Richard Dawkins, because I think this is what was actually published in the magazine this week, even though it seems to have been from 26th of July. Very strange. I feel like we would have caught it in the meantime if it had been just then, but I don't know, got some kind of it's fine. Why Biological Sex Matters by Richard Dawkins. Some argue that lived experience and personal choice trump biology, but they are wrong. So it's like before I actually dive in, I know I'm really just like edging you all with the article now. Before I actually dive in, what is Richard Dawkins famous for? Like, you could look at his career and you could say that he was named the scientist laureate. Right, we have this position where someone's job is as a public explainer. Right, they're supposed to interest and involve the public in science and get them engaged with the science and get them. It's kind of the head science communicator of the British state position, and he held this for a little while, and during this time he was talking a lot about evolution because it's his passion, but increasingly he got fixated on religious people not believing in evolution because it's an affront to science that they have different beliefs, which I mean, sure it is, but from their position it's an affront to God that he has different beliefs, so kind of stalemate, whatever. This was all part of the militant atheist movement that rapidly, just kind of shook side to side, filtering out any kind of big cluster clumps of unusual events until it had filtered down to just the pure, homologous, undifferentiated Islamophobia that was making up most of the movement most of the time.
Much like the rest of the British and American press.
And well done, Dr. Dick Dork, a white man spending a lot of his time being an Islamophobe. Cool. Yay. Wow. Breaking new ground with science. Hooray for science. Yay. So he was an Islamophobe. He was a quite arrogant and unpleasant atheist who drove a lot of people who were atheists to feel weird and embarrassed about calling themselves atheists because of associations with people like him. I, for one, was an insufferable teen who was quite a militant atheist for a little while, and I stopped calling myself an atheist and started calling myself an agnostic because of Richard Dawkins. Not because I'm trans and he is now a transphobe. Because of the fucking Islamophobia, because it was like, wow, even at an earlier, more politically uninformed point, this is too fucking much. Okay, so what's he famous for? Because to my mind, it's mostly just being a bigot. So, like, why are they bothering to commission him for anything? There's the jar of honey tweet, I guess. There's the tweet about a guy a homeless guy with a sign that didn't ask for cash or a job, but rather a fat ass bitch or something like that. Yeah, because like, is anyone in chat familiar with like Richard Dawkins' like research or anything? Like anything, like, because as a public figure, his main claim to fame is he's an arrogant and irritating atheist who is off-putting because of his vitriol to a point where people aren't getting invested in something objectively true because he's such an asshole about it. There was that survey of scientists that was like that didn't mention Richard Dawkins at all, but the results complained about Richard Dawkins specifically. Like a majority of scientists wrote in Richard Dawkins is a problem for our community because we're all getting like associated with the worst guy who's a massive fucking bigot as well as just aggravating to be around. Yeah, okay, cool. I guess we're gonna learn from Professor Richard Dawkins, Dr. Dick Dork, all about why biological sex matters. Yay! If you enjoy the stream, consider paying for the stream. I'd like you to tip so that Nat has a happy birthday. Okay, let's go. Lego 2x4, thank you so much for tipping £5. She slop on my lib till I foom. Is that anything? Seriously, thank you for all you do. Your work is incredibly inspiring. Also, happy birthday, Nat. Okay. He wrote The Selfish Gene. I know he wrote The Selfish Gene. That's not his research. That is him doing science communication, as I was saying. He's getting across stuff to the general public. I'm saying as a scientist, he's not really known. As a writer, he's known for talking about religion and evolution. But as a public figure, he's mostly known for just being a dick. So.
Also, raging misogyny. In many, many ways.
Well, let's hear what the true feminists have to say, because the true feminists on Mumsnet love this, apparently. Yeah. So, let's hear what the man who speaks for the true feminists has to say. Some argue that lived experience and personal choice trump biology, but they are wrong. Okay, cool. We asked two thinkers to address one of the most vexed questions of our time. What is a woman? Oh, wow. The New Statesman really phrased it like that. They really said it as, what is a woman? Like Matt Walsh, the self-described theocratic fascist. Yeah. Cool. Here, Richard Dawkins argues that biological sex represents a true binary. See here for Jacqueline Rose on why that binary should be challenged. Okay, well, I guess I am opening that in another tab. And who is Jacqueline Rose also? Are they trans? Because the question that you're asking is, are trans women women? Not, what is a woman? You horrible, lying snake people. You subhuman pieces of shit. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Let's read the article. In 2011, I was invited to guest edit the Christmas double issue of The New Statesman. I enjoyed the experience, which involved a visit to Christopher Hitchens in Texas to conduct what turned out to be his last interview. I didn't ask him, what is a woman? In 2011, it wouldn't have occurred to anyone to ask such a daft question. Oh, good. So they've decided to publish rampant transphobia on the one side, just like arrogant and shitty and, there needs to be new words for vexing, infuriating, aggravating, etc. that describe Richard Dawkins specifically. Anyway, it wouldn't have occurred to anyone to ask such a daft question. Today it is hurled at embarrassed and perplexed politicians in tones that are challenging to the point of belligerence. Yeah, the people who are asking that question like that are the transphobes, the ones being belligerent. I know it's gonna always end up being the articles about trans stuff that I end up like pausing a million times throughout, but like, what do you expect? The idea of trans people being belligerent, the idea that is represented in the press constantly, whether it's the campus war on free speech or bathrooms or sports or whatever, the idea that trans people are belligerent, the idea that we are demanding, crying, screaming, whining, all of this. First off, it's just misogyny. Sorry. One side, who constitute, nuanced views on gender. Ooh, what's a bit? Ooh. They're screaming and crying. They're so emotional. They're demanding everything. They're screaming and yelling and whining about stuff. They're belligerent. And the other side, they're completely calm and rational and just thinking about the science, because I'm Professor Richard Dawkins and all I do is think about the science. I'm critically analyzing which kind of milk I want to buy in the supermarket, and then I'm using complex mathematics to move my legs across to the counter so that I can buy it, because only my left brain exists. I actually don't have two sides of my brain. The left brain has expanded to control the entire brain. I am the perfect, rational human. Okay, I did lose my own point in doing that.
Worth it.
One side is totally rational and the other side is hyper-emotional. Damn, sounds like how misogynists have skipped having to have valid arguments for hundreds of years. Whoa! Meanwhile, in reality, which is where I live, I will just be going to go for a little rock climb or hang out with my friends or partners, or go for a little coffee with my wife, perhaps go to the movies. I am quite calm and simply existing and living my life. And my experience of the other side of the debate is fully grown men screaming red-faced at me from feet away, threatening to hurt me, making very clear they desperately want to attack me, yelling at me from cars, refusing to hear anything that I'm saying so that they can make circular thought-terminating cliches that they've learned from the Daily Mail, displaying quite a lot of emotion is an important... Anyway. Oh, there's going to be an ad break in 47 seconds, just so you know. So, subscribe, I guess is what Twitch is telling me to tell you now. So if you're imitating Dawkins slop too perfectly, my brain is leaking out of my head. I'm just going to catch up with chat while the ad break hits. Your Vic Witch, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Okay. Argonian Bum says, if someone could gift a subby, I'm not making enough from streaming to spend it. Oh. Perpetual Motion says, I can't see that question without hearing that old Fresh Prince of Bel-Air YouTube pube. I don't know that one. Right. I'll put the thing back on the screen in a minute. How do I know when the ad break is over? Oh no, I shouldn't have closed the notification. Oh, I'm so good at streaming. Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, especially tip because the money will go towards buying Nat little birthday treats while we're in Paris, and I really want to do that. And also, you know, I'm doing my job right now, and I like when I get paid for doing my job. It's just this funny little thing I have. I'm just kind of into it, like, you know, like I do my job and I get money for it. You know, I'd probably do a lot of the same stuff, like discussing with people about politics and media and stuff, if money did not exist, but it wouldn't be capitalist work to create things for your consumption, right? So I could just live. Anyway, ad break ends in 20 seconds. I've nearly waffled long enough to fill up the ad break. This is, by the way, this is true socialism of the chat, right? Like, the people who are subscribed, they don't get the ad break, but they're getting this ad, right? You gotta pay even more now that you've paid. Everyone else is getting the ad for, I don't know, fucking Shen Yun or some shit. Right, okay. Back to the article. Let's return to the article now. Wow. Damn, everyone. That was such an interesting discussion we had during that ad. I sure would like to be subscribed and not miss out on interesting discussions like that. Anyway, let's carry on with the article now. It isn't hard to imagine Hitchens' response if he could be asked it today. Good lord. It's like anyone that you actually think is like a smart and incisive like comic who's like sardonic and witty and understands things and speaks the real truth, all of this shit. If it's true, then were they to be asked a question like this today, their answer would be, that sounds like a question that's been constructed politically to drive some kind of conclusion, to create a wedge between people, to bully a minority. And if that wasn't their answer in whatever form they said it, then they're not as smart as you think. Cool. A Wild Fred appeared, has tipped £10. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to everyone who is having a birthday, but specifically to the spouse of Sophie from Mars. Doritos chip. It just says Doritos chip. I think that is an emote. Oh, that's you, Doritos chip.
I'm the Doritos chip.
Okay.
Yeah.
My main contribution to that Christmas issue was a long essay on the tyranny of the discontinuous mind. Everywhere you look, smooth continua are gratuitously carved into discrete categories. Social scientists count how many people lie below the poverty line, as though there really were a boundary instead of a continuum measured in real income. Pro-life and pro-choice advocates fret about the movement in embryology when personhood begins instead of recognizing the reality, which is a smooth ascent from zygotehood. An American might be called black even if 7/8 of his ancestors were white. Oh, Richard Dawkins is just like not the guy to be talking about any of this stuff, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried about like what I'm gonna end up reading out on stream. Just reading an article written by a dude like this. Okay. Pro-life and pro-choice advocates fret about the moment in embryology when personhood begins. No, not really. Like, politicians fret about it, inherently like disgusting spineless centrists on any issue fret about where the limits go for abortion, but it's not really like pro-life and pro-choice advocates like whatever. It doesn't.
I have a little statistic because it's like it's only constructed as an argument from anti-abortionists. But I've looked at like polling statistics when I was making my video about abortion. In the UK, a majority of people believe that life begins at conception, whatever that means to them, right?
And also a majority of people support abortion. Yeah, exactly.
So it just doesn't, and don't support any like major change to abortion.
I think an underlying thing here, if Dawkins is going to start talking about like how the human mind works and why that has a harmful effect on discourse, it's really important to bear stuff like that in mind, where like simple truths that people kind of regurgitate automatically, right? I've talked about the hypnopedia before. Just knee-jerk reaction, simple truths that they've been fed and then can just regurgitate like this, underpin a lot of what people think about stuff. But not really. Like, they don't really follow on in a logical set of steps. So, like, even someone who's hey, my love, Nana trying to practice not jumping on each other's toes during streams as much. Someone who is supportive of trans people might know trans people and act, like, respectfully towards them in their real life. Still might be like, what is a woman? A person with a vagina. They might just be like, a person with a vagina, because they want to give a quick answer, and the weird person who's just run up to them is belligerently insisting they answer the question, what is a woman right now, needs an answer. Normal reasons to have to give answers for things. But then you could also ask them, are trans women women? And they'd be like, yes. Because a lot of people build mental models of things by having like simple, big rules that just quickly do, like, categorized, sorted out, and then addendum. This can also be true, and it's not like a contradiction, right? For most people, they're just like, additionally, right? Whatever boundary, whether it's a vagina, fucking, what shit do TERFs talk about? Well, they talk about fucking chromosomes. Yeah. They believe in like the metaphysical like woman soul that can never change. This nonsense. Anyway, it's like, well, you rule a lot of trans women in, like, when you're just working from that as your bar, but also like, when that is your bar, it's like someone who lives in the social role of a woman is something we have to talk about. Like, we can't not talk about in this discussion. Like, it's so absurdly straitjacketing what transphobes do in just trying to pretend the social role of a woman doesn't exist. Like, when they talk about biological sex matters, sex-based rights, all of this stuff, like, they're trying to say differences between how women experience the world and how men experience the world are real, but specifically, gendered social roles are not. In other words, we arbitrarily treat people differently because of their perceived sex, or, right? Right? And so it's just like, it's inherently a fucking sexist position. I'm sorry, I'm spending so long talking tough shit when I should just be reading the slop article. We all want the slop. We want to talk about what the slop is doing specifically. But it's just like they constantly deny that the gendered social roles exist at all, and it's like, no, you like have to talk about this to like seriously confront even your bizarre question, what is a woman? Because it's, again, right, if you took just having a vagina as your bar, right, it's like, well, if someone then wanted to have a vagina and also any other criteria that you can imagine for a woman, right, and was living in the social role of a woman, and when people look at her, say, that's a woman, and, you know, use she and her pronouns, and typically considered feminine name, all of these fucking things. But not all of these fucking things, that's the thing. You know, some of them, but not necessarily others, because they're context specific. Genitals sure as hell are, you know? Anyway, okay, I'm gonna get back into this, but, like, okay, I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to read the article. We're going to have good, serious thoughts. Meredith K. Pseudonym says, has tipped £10 and says, attention viewers, you are not immune to advertising. Correct. Everyone, please tip. Okay. Anthropologists have quarrel over whether a fossil is late Homo erectus or early Homo sapiens, but it is of the very nature of evolution that there must be a continuous sequence of intermediates. You can vote on your 18th birthday, but not before, as though the stroke of midnight signals a quantum leap in your political competence. Universities award first, upper second, and lower second and third class degrees, even though, as everyone knows, that the top of any one class is much further from the bottom of the same class than it is from the bottom of the class above. There are Oxford dons with faith in something they call the alpha mind, a platonic ideal form, like a perfect triangle hanging pristine and aloof above messy reality. If the editor had challenged me to come up with examples where the discontinuous mind really does get it right, I'd have struggled. Tall versus short, fat versus thin, strong versus weak, fast versus slow, old versus young, drunk versus sober, safe versus unsafe, even guilty versus not guilty. These are the ends of continuous, if not always bell-shaped distributions. As a biologist, the only strongly discontinuous binary I can think of has weirdly become violently controversial. It is sex. Male versus female. You can be cancelled, vilified, even physically threatened if you dare to suggest that an adult human must be either man or woman. But it is true. For once, the discontinuous mind is right, and the tyranny comes from the other direction, as that brave hero J.K. Rowling could testify. Okay, we're gonna have to pause again. Okay, so Dr. Dick Dork's argument so far. Hey, Dick Dork, debate me. Doc Dick Dork's argument so far is that human beings, messy minds, do this categorizing thing to try to make messy reality less messy, more easily digestible. And it likes to categorize binaries especially. That's a really easy way to just split things, two things, right? And he's saying, if I follow correctly, that in practically all cases, this is wrong and bad. But in one case, okay. Let's start for a second with, say, tall versus short. Okay. We can agree that a 7-foot tall person is what most people would consider tall. This is the far end of the distribution of human heights. And a 3-foot tall person is short. This is on the low end of distribution of human heights. However, there are contextual modifiers to what we mean when we say tall and short. If the 7-foot tall person comes from a family of 9 and 10 foot tall people, we could all pretty much agree that that person is the shortest person in their family. And to their family at least, might be considered short. Now, if that person never meets anyone outside their family, what is their social experience of height? Okay, let me hit you with this one. Children, tall or short? Cool, because TERFs keep on saying that someone with a uterus is a woman, which I find to be a very troubling argument, specifically because there are a bunch of children with uteruses and vaginas, and
About half of them.
calling those children women has been used to justify, I don't really even want to say, right? But like child marriage, rape, forced birth, female genital mutilation, horrifying misogynistic crimes. Now. Calling children short because they're not done growing yet does not compare to any of these crimes. Which I think is probably like the worst thing we can kind of say about the tall short thing, because it's an obviously flippant example. However, calling all children under the age of 2 short would be an obviously ridiculous statement. It should be similarly obviously ridiculous to call everyone with the female reproductive system a woman. Only the consequences of this category error, much more severe. Okay. The second thing he says is fat versus thin. This one plays into society in arguably a stronger way than tall and short, although like tall people and short people do like have very different experiences of, say, public spaces. Tall people are generally more well respected as having some kind of implicit authority just because of their stature. But fat versus thin is a huge social divide, right? And the reasons for someone being fat or thin are deeply complex and also social and also psychological, as well as what people are predisposed to, as well as their diet, which can be informed by economic, social, psychological factors, right? There's so much fucking going on with fat people and thin people, and I know that's Doc Dick Dog's point. So he is saying fat people and thin people, many factors impacting why someone lies somewhere on a gradient with a boundary somewhere in the middle that is moved due to social consensus. However, no one would argue that someone could not move from one side of this arbitrary socially constructed barrier to the other side of the arbitrary and socially constructed barrier. Now, interestingly, we might observe that for some people with extremely harmful ideas about what constitutes someone being, say, thin, moving across into the in-group where they're accepted and receive affirmation and approval as being thin is a risky and dangerous even proposition, right? And in similar terms, moving from what people consider a man to a woman or vice versa in places and social contexts where people have really, 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 really tight, socially informed, socially constructed boundaries around what is one and what is the other, makes it far more dangerous for both the person moving across the barrier and the people already in the group. as well as everyone who is in the gap between where that line is and where the line usually goes along the distribution for most people in society. Okay. So those are just facetious, abstract examples that just like definitely don't compare to gender. Gender is the one place where definitely the, what's it called? Discontinuous mind got it right. Quickly before I switch back to the article, hey everyone who's joined in the meantime. I am trying to fundraise today. I would really like to get an extra £300 in. We'll say that the target there is 550. I think we were about 250 when we started. So 550 is where I'm trying to hit today. I am taking Nat to Paris. It is going to be her birthday. I would like to buy her birthday treats. Two things will happen if we can hit 550 by the end of the day. One, I will buy us Chinese food as a little preemptive birthday treat. And two, before the end of the month, I will do another Liberal Slop stream where I give the big fucking set of thoughts I have about Mark Fisher and post-capitalist desire that I promised in The World Is Not Ending essay when I said I could write another essay just as long as this one about this topic. Okay, let's get on to Dr. Dick Dork again. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the right one. God. Sex is a true binary. It all started with the evolution of anisogamy. Sexual reproduction where the gametes are of two discontinuous sizes, macrogametes or eggs and microgametes or sperm. The difference is huge. You could pack 15,000 sperm into one human egg. When two individuals jointly invest in a baby and one invests 15,000 times as much as the other, you might say that see how pronouns creep in unannounced? God, you're a tedious little worm, has made a greater commitment to the partnership. Anisogamy is the rule in most animals, but it hasn't always been so. Some primitive animals and plants are still isogamous. Instead of macrogametes and microgametes, they have medium-sized isogametes. Both partners contribute equally to the joint investment. Okay, Dawkins, Professor, I know you think you're being really rational because you can only be rational because the right side of your brain was destroyed in a horrifying Red Bull accident, and the left side of your brain grew to compensate. Now you have an entirely rational mind. But you are using a lot of language related to capital, enterprise, and investment to describe the process of making life. You are talking about partnership in terms of what is contributed, with some kind of notion of fairness and implicitly some kind of notion of ownership. And science doesn't actually yield those concepts as absolute and intrinsic to these biological processes. Hope this helps. Both partners contribute equally to the joint investment. To make a viable zygote, you need the sum of two isogametes, each worth half a zygote. The same requisite sum can be achieved if one partner contributes a slightly smaller isogamete, but this will work only if the other partner chips in with a larger isogamete to redress the shortfall. You could say the minority investor is exploiting the partner who commits the larger gamete.
Why would you?
Why would you? Why would you indeed? I guess I shouldn't have ended the world is not ending saying, does a parent look at their child, does a parent see nothing in their child's eyes but future return on investment the way a banker looks at a stock, because I failed to predict Doc Dick Dork, the world's first fully rational man. You can perhaps see where this argument is going, and it has indeed been modelled mathematically. Yes, I can see that. I think actually it's been modeled economically, but all right. Isogamy is unstable. Under plausible conditions, we get runaway evolution towards some individuals making smaller and smaller gametes, while others go in the other direction, making larger and larger gametes. At the end of the runway, we now have microgametes that actively seek out macrogametes, and they evolve wriggling tails to propel their pursuit. Macrogametes are in demand and have no need to go out looking for microgametes. Because microgametes are so small, individuals who make them can afford to make many. Macrogametes have to be few because, as economists love to say, okay, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Oh, baby. Okay.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, there's also like some space here and a little bit of time for me to just say, what about all of medical progress the human race has ever made? Because a sperm sure has to wriggle its tail really hard, and this is kind of like, you know, the labor that needs to be put in for you to like pull yourself up by your bootstraps and improve your conditions. Am I right, Dr. Dick Dog? This is how the rational mind works. The tail of the sperm has to wriggle, right? But what if it wriggles into a pipette that's in a lab where someone is moving the sperm over to the egg to fertilize it in a lab? Is that cheating? Did the sperm not try hard enough? Is that baby, whether they have XX or XY chromosomes, gonna come out female because, you know, ultimately the egg uphold its part of the bargain, which was to be big and sexy, and the sperm didn't uphold its part of the bargain, which is, you know, to work hard and provide for the egg. You might be the dumbest motherfucker to ever get a PhD. Okay. Right, here we go. The imbalance also means the microgamy producers, brackets, quotes, he/him, end quotes, close brackets, can mate with lots of different macrogamete producers, brackets, quotes, she/her, end quotes, close brackets, comma, deserting each one in turn. Or they can sequester for themselves a harem of she/hers. There'd be no point in a she/her gathering a harem of he/hims around her. She doesn't have enough macrogametes to benefit. This is your god. Hey TERFs. You like having this guy on your side? Hey, less committed TERFs. I take this moment to pause and let you, presumably a woman, come over to the side here where we're simply being women and vibing and loving life, and away from the side you are currently on that has this stinky bad man on it. At this moment, you can change sides. I will let you. You can even be my friend, even though you used to be a fascist. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. The anisogamy binary furnishes the oldest and deepest way to distinguish the sexes. There are others, but they are less universally applicable. In mammals and birds, you can do it with chromosomes. Each body of a cell of a normal human has... Normal, huh? Normal. That's interesting. A normal human. Oh, a normal human, huh? A normal one. That's oh, wow, okay. Has 46 chromosomes, 23 from each parent. Among these are 2 sex chromosomes called X or Y, 1 each from a parent. Females... Okay, I'll skip that because he is a biologist. Females have 2 X's, males have 1 Y and 1 X and 1 Y. Any mammal with a Y chromosome will develop as male. When a male makes sperm, brackets, haploid, having only one set of 23 chromosomes, 50% of them are Y sperm, destined to beget sons. Destined to beget sons. And 50% are X sperm, which make daughters. It's even in some of his subtler language, you know, like beget sons and make daughters. there's just like a little thing to that. Do you know what I'm saying? Birds and butterflies have a similar system, but the other way around. It is females that have XY, except that they're called ZW. Wow, that's so interesting. How in biology there are examples where the heterogeneous pair of chromosomes create what we consider to be the female, and the homogeneous pair form what we consider to be the male. I'm sure this says nothing about the absoluteness or arbitrariness of our distinctions and the ways round that female and male are applied. Okay. Doc Dick Doc, let's be real here. You're such a piece of shit. Like, you might not think you hate women because you have certain values. You believe that it should be this way. But, you know, having studied nature and being very smart, you know that in nature, naturally, lots of males will mate with lots of females and abandon them and blah, 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 or have a harem of blah, 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 blah. But you think these things because you hate women and haven't bothered to learn serious enough anthropology to understand how biased your own view of nature is. And tragically for a biologist, it seems you never really questioned your conception of nature at all. Quite sad. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, and I'd really appreciate it if you tipped, because I'm trying to get to $5.50 on the dono bar today, so I can buy Nat lots of little birthday treats in Paris. And she pulls a cute face every time I say this, but you can't see it. You're not allowed to see it. It might be worth at this point just saying, like, before we carry on with this asinine nonsense, what would Doc Dick Dog say if a trans woman had a womb transplant and could bear a child and also had had a full bore the large gamete? What then? Liberal, comma, what then? Question mark. Okay. In flies, the equivalent of the Y chromosome is a 0. If a fly has 2 sex chromosomes, she's female. A fly with only one sex chromosome is male. Just like Richard Dawkins. Many reptiles, because of the left brain thing. Anyway, many reptiles use temperature instead of chromosomes. Turtles that are incubated below 27.7 degrees C develop as male, warmer eggs as female. Wow, that's so interesting. You mean that nurture might be involved as well as nature? Hot damn. Imagine that.
Richard Dawkins watching a fruit fly with one chromosome. He's just like me.
I think it's just flies in general, not fruit flies, but I like that a lot.
Scientists love fruit flies.
He's looking at the male fruit fly and he's like, yeah. That's a dude. That's a guy. That's a fella.
He, him.
That's a bro. He, him right there. He / him. I know exactly. You know, I'd take him to a titty bar. We'd hang out and talk about the football. For real. For real, for real. Good lord. Good lord. Good God above. Okay. Clownfish determine sex not by temperature but by dominance. All but one of the members of a group are male, and like many animals, they sort themselves into a dominance hierarchy. Oh yay, we're talking about dominance hierarchies. Richard Dawkins is on a path to become subservient to the other dumbest person ever to get a PhD, Dr. Jordan Belfagor Peterson. Good lord. Okay. There is only one female in the group. When she dies, the dominant male changes sex and becomes the female. Damn. She's just like me, for real. What this means is... What this means in gametic terms is that his testes shrink and ovaries grow instead. Sorry, but he became the female. So how, precisely, are you using he, him? For a fish. The principle of binary sex at the level of micro and macrogametes is maintained. Hermaphrodites, such as earthworms and land snails, have testes and ovaries all in the same body at the same time. Snails are capable of exchanging sperm both ways, having first violently fired harpoons into each other. Anglerfish also have both male and female organs in the same body, but it comes about in a curious way. Males are diminutive dwarves. They locate a female, sink their jaws into her body wall, and then become part of her as no more than a tiny testicular excrescence. So what we're learning about biology right now is that everything means nothing. That there is no like grand scheme of men and women in nature, but apparently there is, though, because this is the one place where the discontinuous mind is correct. In mammals, including humans, there are occasional intersexes. Babies can be born with ambiguous genitalia. These cases are rare. The highest estimate, 1.7% of the population. Cool. Higher than the number of trans people. Higher than the number of trans people then, Dr. Dick Dork. Okay. Hey, doctor. Fucking gimme the news. Your economic biology is not adding up. Rare refers to 1.7% of the population, which is nearly twice the trans population. And yet this debate is still worth having and can't just be solved by a fucking footnote in people's understanding of gender. Good lord. Oh, okay. I see. The highest estimate by population comes from the US biologist Anne Forstow Sterling, but I should have read ahead. She inflated her estimate hugely by including Klinefelter and Turner syndromes. Did she? Let's read on. That's a really interesting claim you've made there. She inflated it hugely by including these individuals. So let's read about what he means by that. Klinefelter individuals have an extra X chromosome, XXY, but their Y chromosome ensures that they are obvious males producing microgametes, albeit from reduced testes. Turner individuals are unambiguous females with no Y chromosome and only one functioning X chromosome. They have a vagina and a uterus, and their ovaries, if any, are non-functional. Huh. So it sounds like by their ovaries, if any, you're implicitly saying that they may well not produce microgametes from birth. Macrogametes from birth. So you're saying that they are obvious females, right? Always females, what he said here. Interesting. Obviously, Klinefelter, always male, and Turner, always female individuals must be eliminated from counts of intersexes. Why? Why is that obvious? Literally, why is that obvious?
I think he may be having a problem with the...
I think he may be having a fucking stroke. Sorry.
The discontinuous split along the lines of what is and isn't classified as intersex.
Oh, God. Okay. Genuine intersexes are way too rare to challenge the statement that sex is binary. Wow.
Why?
Wow. There are two sexes in mammals.
Why? What does that have to do with it? What does rareness have to do with it? Like, being able to say that...
He's just saying they just don't count.
They exist. Too late.
Oh, God. Okay. But what about gender? What is gender linked to in this article? Oh, it's the New Statesman tag for gender. Nice. Simone de Beauvoir and the Art of Loss. Hey, remember this really smart woman who wrote this seminal feminist text? Anyway, Richard Dawkins is going to answer the question, but what about gender now? What is gender and how many genders are there? It is now fashionable to use gender for what we might call fictive sex. A person's gender is the sex to which they feel that they belong, as opposed to their biological sex. In this meaning, genders have proliferated wildly. When I last heard, there were 83, but that was yesterday. What does gender actually mean? When I last heard, there were 83.
Also, his statement about, like, you know, he has to, I guess, maintain this position on trans people.
No, I have a very important thing to say. The only kind of sex that Richard Dawkins can ever hope to achieve is fictive sex. Carry on.
Okay. So, he's just said all that guff about intersex people.
Nat deserves donations because it's going to be her birthday soon, and I deserve donations because that was really funny.
Mm-hmm. So he's making a claim there that cis women who are identified at birth as female, live their whole lives as female, but maybe discover later on in life that they actually produce microgametes unknown to them their entire life, are not women.
Right.
Vice versa for...
They've been men the entire time.
Right. Something that perhaps a short while ago it might have been impossible for them to find out. They might have had no means to find out after having been assigned female at birth, lived their whole life as women, that they produce microgametes. Suddenly we live in a new world where someone who would be easily categorically defined as woman is no longer, and that kind of, I just feel like that throws up some questions. I feel like it's not as obvious as he's kind of.
I think it's all quite simple in your example. If I follow the rational mind of known male Richard Dawkins, that person's changed sex. Well, see, before we knew that they produced microgametes, they were female.
Right.
But now we know. It's kind of like Schrodinger's sex.
Yes.
So, like, any time that you don't know exactly what gametes someone produces, they have a kind of Schrodinger's...
Chromosomes they have.
A kind of, you know, fictive sex, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they might tell you what this is, and you can go along with it, but, you know, we'll just basically never really know until we open the box and find out that the cat is dead. Right?
That's, yeah.
Okay. Language evolves, and many words change their meaning on a timescale of centuries, but gender has been fast-tracked. Oh, here we go. He's going on to gender was invented 2 minutes ago.
We just had a conversation about how sex completely changed meaning with scientific discovery. Completely, changed meaning to the extent that he cannot accept that it was ever different.
Yeah. It is primarily a linguistic technical term. What a fascinating claim for a scientist to make. What a fascinating fucking claim for a person who people call doctor and go to class and listen to make. Gender is primarily a linguistic technical term. That's so interesting that there could be a gender pay gap if gender is primarily just a linguistic technical term. Linguists classify words of a given language according to such things as the suffixes on adjectives that qualify them, or their agreeing pronouns and articles. All French nouns follow either le or la. They take different pronouns, and adjectives agree with them in a gendered way. Normally, there are exceptions such as le souris for a mouse of either sex. Wow, there are exceptions? That's fucking crazy. You are the dumbest guy who's ever gotten a PhD. Fuck. This makes it convenient to use the label masculine for le words and feminine for la words. Table is a feminine word, but French speakers don't think of a table as a female piece of furniture. It's just a la word. Lithuanian also has two genders, but possessive pronouns agree with the gender of the possessor, as in English, whereas in French they agree with the gender of the object possessed. Estonian has only one gender, which I suppose means no gender. The very idea of gender is meaningless. Some Bantu language. I'm gonna rip my skin off. Some Bantu languages, such as Nyanja, the dominant language of my childhood home of Malawi. Good lord, good God in heaven. So you're telling me this cringe ass little bitch, this boy,
This is why he wears all African t-shirts.
Is a white settler on top of it all.
Yeah.
On top of everything fucking else.
Explains
this motherfucker is a white settler to Africa. Mm-hmm. Ooh, boy. Doc Dick Dork's only hope to have his legacy saved at this point is to get Elon Musk a doctorate right away. And then he might not be the dumbest motherfucker to ever get a PhD. Brackets, white African, haha, fuck you.
In the midst of all of this fascinating philosophizing about the dictionary definition of gender, I think it's worth saying that Richard Dawkins has done a lot of promoting his friend who thoroughly believes, his Cambridge scientist friend who claims that autism is like definitionally male and is like an extreme version of the male brain. Just let that like sit with you whilst you listen to his fascinating views on what gender is, means, does.
Folks, isn't my wife wonderful? Isn't she clever and pretty and charming and funny and interesting? Don't you want her to have a great birthday? Well, good news, you can help. I am trying to hit $5.50 on the donor bar today, and I think you can help me get there. This money will be used to buy Nat gifts, buy Nat treats, take Nat to fancy restaurants and cafes in Paris. Please donate. I appreciate it a lot. Two more things. Buy Nat Chinese food tonight, right now. Motivate me to do a stream where I talk endlessly about Mark Fisher for you. Cool. And we're back in the room. Right. The very idea of gender. My childhood home of Malawi have many. Steven Pinker's The Language Instinct quotes Kivunyo as having 16 genders. There are not 16 sexual identities. There are 16 families of nouns classified according to how verbs agree with them. In English, as in French, gender and sex align. All female animals are of feminine gender. Okay, all of this is you coping so hard. Look, okay, everyone, I just need to say for a second, because it's really easy to feel the feeling of like we're losing, the feeling of like shit's closing in, legislature is more and more anti-trans all the time, transgenocide is a very real fucking thing happening. Look at the states in the American South right now. I mean across fucking America and Europe. Anyway, fuck. It's very easy to feel these things, but it's really important to have a somewhat dialectical understanding of what's going on here, and you can understand that the same thing happened with gay people, right? Gay people were just kind of getting on with it, but underground, unnoticed, away from a homophobic society. And then awareness of gay people and gay people being human beings who aren't trying to hurt anyone started to spread. Then there was a counter-revolutionary wave, right, of homophobia. This impacted things like laws, right? It became horribly draconian. Section 28 wasn't the normal law in the UK, right, to never mention people ever being gay. This was a new thing that was introduced and then sometime later was repealed. This is because the younger generations of the human race right fucking now, as well as back then, are smarter and better in every fucking way than old pieces of shit like Richard Dawkins. And they may have institutional power because they know the fucking guy who knows the guy who knows the guy who's literally Prime Minister billionaire Rishi Sunak, but they will, to be real blunt about this, die very soon. And then the news will say, Doc Dick Dork is dead, and I will feel feelings. Anyway. And no one else will care at all. Anyway, the younger generations will replace the older generations. That's how time works. And all of this counter-revolutionary, reactionary hate, all of the fucking fascist organizing is just them coping unbelievably hard. So all of this, everything that Doc Dick Dork is saying, should be understood in the context of him coping perhaps harder than anyone else has ever coped. He wrote a fucking article in a nationally syndicated magazine. You can get this shit in Big Tesco, where he says, the discontinuous mind is wrong about all things except this one thing I'm a reactionary cunt about. Good job. Okay, let's return to the dumbest guy to ever get a PhD coping incredibly hard. In English, as in French, gender and sex align. All female animals are of feminine gender. All males are masculine. All inanimate things are neuter, with whimsical exceptions such as ships and nations, which can be feminine. For normal reasons that we shouldn't interrogate. Because of the perfect correlation between sex and gender in English grammar, it was natural for English speakers to adopt gender as a genteel euphemism for sex. Sam is of female gender, sounded more polite than of female sex. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Thasmadar and Adam1729 for tipping £10 each. And both of the messages say, Nat deserves all the treats. Thank you so much. I agree. She really, really does. But that convention recently gave way to another one. The fashion for females to identify as male and for males to identify as female has emplaced an assertive new convention. Your genes and chromosomes may determine your sex, but your gender is whatever floats your boat. Buckle in for this one, Professor. I am of the biological sex female. I'm a woman and a female and a girl and a woms. I'm all of those things. Fuck yourself, dipshit. I don't need to provide further arguments because you're a boring old loser. Okay. Your genes and chromosomes may determine your sex, but your gender is whatever floats your boat. I was assigned male at birth, but I identify as woman. Good for her. I'm so glad Richard Dawkins finally came out. Maybe the coping will stop. Maybe being a fucking racist will end now that there's no more egg angst. Finally, the wheel turns full circle and self-identification has now gone so far as to usurp even sex. A woman is defined as anyone who chooses to call herself a woman, and never mind if she has a penis and a hairy chest. Can we hear the pearls being clutched, by the way? Can we hear the children being hidden away from the worst conceivable thing, a woman having a hairy chest? You know, a lot of cis women have hair on their chests. You know, a lot of cis women have dark facial hair. It's much more common among non-white women. Can't imagine why that wouldn't ever occur to Richard Dawkins. I mean, his brain is so rational after all. And of course this entitles her to enter women's changing rooms and athletic competitions. Why should she not? She is, after all, a woman, is she not? Deny it, and you are a transphobic bigot.
I invite everyone to think about what an enormous leap he's taken from saying, from like.
Oh.
Just zero curiosity, all propaganda.
High priests of postmodernism teach that lived experience and feelings trump science, which is just the mythology of a tribe of oppressive colonialists. You are literally a settler! He is using colonialist in a dismissive, like in a deliberately dismissive way here to be like, look what ridiculous things these people believe. Anyway, yes, I am white and was born in Africa. What of it? Ah! Okay. Catholic but not Protestant theologians declare that consecrated wine actually becomes the blood of Christ. The dilute alcohol solution that remains in the chalice is but an Aristotelian accidental. The whole substance, hence the word transubstantiation, is divine blood in true reality. In the new religion of transsexual transubstantiation, hey, editors of the New Statesman, you published this and should be ashamed. Never call yourselves journalists of any kind for the rest of your lives. Remember constantly that Brianna Jai's blood is on your hands. Catholic, but not Protestant. Oh, we already did this. In the new religion of transsexual transubstantiation, a woman's penis is just an accidental, a mere social construct. In whole substance, she is a woman, a transubstantiated woman. It's not a mere social construct. It's the genitals that real people have that have become the fixation of our national media, and thousands of articles are published every month now. Over 1,000 articles are published every month. Thousands of articles are published a year now about people like me and our genitals, where my genitals really aren't important. Everywhere I go in my everyday life, where I'm treated like a woman, but where they are important, intimately, I'm also treated like a woman, and when I go see a doctor, even if it were to do with my genitals, I would be treated like a woman. So no, it's not a mere social construct, it's just not really relevant to the distinction. It's just not really relevant to the distinction.
Additionally, Richard Dawkins has in this article categorically stated that all outward physical attributes, genitals, body hair, etc., 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 are completely irrelevant to sex, to whether someone is male or female. Only chromosomes, only gamete size.
Yep.
Is relevant.
Yep.
So.
It's cope. It's raw, unfiltered cope. Someone's tainted my liberal slop with pure cope. Everyone, isn't my wife wonderful? Please tip so I buy her big birthday. Sarcasm aside, gender dysphoria is a real thing. Can't wait to see how you manage to square that one, given everything else you've said in the entire article, and what it leads you to propose. Those who sincerely feel themselves born in the wrong body deserve sympathy and respect. I was convinced of this when I read Jan Morris's moving memoir Conundrum, 1974. As what she called sorry, I guess it's Jan Morris, I don't know. As what she called a true transsexual, nice, she distanced herself from the poor castaways of intersex, the misguided homosexuals, the transvestites, the psychotic exhibitionists who tumble through this half-world like painted clowns, pitiful to others and often horrible to themselves. Wow, thank you for including that entire quote, Richard Dawkins. That's very scientific and rational of you, and definitely not a politically motivated, bigoted thing to do. Definitely not your attempt at bullying a tiny minority who are experiencing a moral panic that endangers many of their lives. You pathetic coward. Under misguided, she might have added today's unfortunate children who, latching on to a playground craze, find themselves eagerly affirmed by supportive teachers and au courant doctors with knives and hormones. Okay, so it can't be said enough that surgeries aren't being done on children. Just can't be said enough. Just cannot be said enough. Just can't be said enough. But also, the New Statesman just published, as if it's like a thing that it should just be fine to say. Children who, latching onto a playground craze, find themselves eagerly affirmed by supportive teachers and au courant doctors with knives and hormones. So there's so much like horrible, pointed, constructed, obviously reactionary and shitty and irrational and driven by just seething hatred in everything that's said there. But like, again, surgeries aren't being done on children. You've provided no fact check here in your article. You don't have a link there saying, hey everyone, just so you know, he's lying about that. That's a lie, he said.
The surgeries that are being done on children are being done on intersex children to make
them conform to the sex binary. Oh, God. Then he cites Abigail Schreier's Irreversible Damage, Kathleen Stock's Material Girls, Helen Joyce's Trans, When Ideology Meets Reality. Awesome. Isn't Helen Joyce's... That's the one that's full of the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, right?
The other day. She
oh,
was
cool.
trying to pull him even further.
Cool. Nice. So, but that is the one that contains the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. So what the New Statesman has done here is they got a white African to come in and mock the notion of someone being a colonialist, and to bully a tiny minority of the population, and to cite anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists as one side of a debate. Cool. Awesome. They're doing a really good job of journalism or whatever the fuck they call it over there. Tammy's Tunes did attempt £2.57 and said, I need that Fisher stream, y'all. Nat treats lead to chat treats. Pass it on. It's true. Nat treats do lead to chat treats. Pass it on. Many of us know people who choose to identify with the sex opposite to their biological reality. Sorry, no, I'm pausing again. Have a real talk with them, Dick Dork. Go talk to those people you apparently know who choose to identify with the sex opposite to their biological reality.
What does the word opposite mean in this context?
Go have a long chat with them and really like do everything you can. Like really think about this, like with your rational mind. If you're doing anything that might be pressuring them to answer in ways that you find acceptable. Maybe if you have to, be really, really pushy about this. Say, no, I want what you actually think. Not for you to protect my feelings. But no, that would have to admit that he has feelings. Can't be done. Impossible. Shit. I'm sorry, I forgot about Richard Dawkins being certified male and therefore having no feelings and only rational thoughts. Duke of Blonde just resubscribed with Prime, thank you so much, and said, just tuned in, loved The World's Not Ending, got me out of a depression slump. What slop is on the menu? And then some emotes. The slop on the menu right now is Richard Dawkins writing in the New Statesman about gender. Okay. Nearly there, right. Many of us know people who choose to identify with the sex opposite to their biological reality. It's just not fucking true. Like, just come talk. Like, okay, I know a lot of people who are trans. This is not how I would say it. I would say are trans. And they would all find this A, disgusting, B, ridiculous, C, cope, D, laughable, E, fuck off. Is how they would find it. You don't know trans people and aren't talking to trans people. This is just such a pathetic lie. It is polite and friendly to call them by the name and pronouns that they prefer. They have a right to that respect and sympathy. Their militantly vocal supporters do not have a right to commandeer our words and impose idiosyncratic redefinitions on the rest of us. There it is. The rest of us. You have a right to your private lexicon, but you are not entitled to insist that we change our language to suit your whim. And you absolutely have no right to bully and intimidate those who follow common usage and biological reality in their usage of woman as honored descriptor for half the population. A woman is an adult human female free of Y chromosomes. This is disgusting, Cope. I need to revisit this again, right? The younger generation are trans accepting. The younger generation understand and respect trans people in an honest way. This thing he's saying here is polite and friendly to call them by the name and pronouns that they prefer. Hang on, let me just pull up that one for a second. Let me just pull that one up for a second. If Richard Dawkins met me, I was like, "Hi, I'm Sophie," and then he to be polite and friendly called me Sophie. Because he said name and pronouns, right? But behind my back were calling me a different name entirely. This isn't even cultural. Wouldn't everyone on Earth think he was a massive cunt and loser? Like, just person A meets person B. Person B is like, "Hi, I'm person B." Behind their back, person A is like, C. B, sorry. C though, really. Like, isn't that, like, just universally just a shitty way to behave? Like someone's name? Okay, but the important thing to Richard Dawkins is the pronouns that you use behind people's backs. Right, of course. That's the important thing. Because they're gonna come for the rest of us.
When he interviewed Helen Joyce, she was trying to convince him that he shouldn't do that.
Of course she was.
Yeah.
Of course. So, their militantly vocal supporters do not have a right to commandeer our words and impose idiosyncratic redefinitions on the rest of us. You have a right to your private lexicon, but you are not entitled to insist that we change our language to suit your whim, and you have absolutely no right to bully and intimidate those who follow common usage and biological reality in their usage of woman as honored descriptor for half the population. Now, this bit here specifically, when I'm talking about the younger generation being trans accepting, the older generation being a bit less trans accepting, but still generally trans accepting, and the revolution of attitudes happening generationally here being like a natural trend where younger people are just on the fucking money again. Younger people are literally the future and are just deciding the way to go. Good for them. And then a bunch of very old, very white, very fictive sex, very colonizer, very Richard Dawkins. It's literally Richard Dawkins. That's the article. That's who we're reading the article from right now. Are seething and coping and using all institutional power that they possibly can to try to fight against this and turn it the other way, right? With that in mind, their militantly vocal supporters do not have a right to commandeer our words and impose idiosyncratic redefinitions on the rest of us. Your side in this, Doc Dick Dog, are trying to, through the Tory party, by the way, you know, everyone's favorite, change the law to enforce that people act the way that they say is correct. So let's talk about bathrooms for a moment. Besides me being unsafe were I to be forced by the law to use the men's changing room, bathroom, etc., a lot of men would just be uncomfortable with me being there in a way that I can tell you for sure women never are. I've had an issue in a bathroom one time, and comically enough, it was a Tory councillor, a highly politicized person, who made up a bizarre story about me just talking about my penis in a way that doesn't even make sense because she decided to aggressively mishear me. She then went to the Daily Mail with this because she thought she could get a quick, rise to fame into the TERF cult, right? I use women's changing rooms all the time. I go rock climbing. There's the women's changing room at the climbing center, right? Fucking that is normal and is common usage. Like, me being understood as a woman socially, that's the common usage here. That's the normal way that things are, and it's you, not us, who are trying to impose idiosyncratic redefinitions. Fucking pathetic. All right, everyone. We got to the end of the Richard Dawkins article. I highlighted the fact that there was a second article in this. I'm not gonna read all of it. I just wanted to highlight the fact that it existed because, of course, it's them again trying to say that, like, well, we had a debate. You know, we're talking all around the issue, so it doesn't matter that the one side that we published, the bigoted side, is just fash shit. Just like foaming at the mouth fash shit, right? It doesn't matter that that's the case because we provided two sides. Sorry, who is Jacqueline Rose? Do you want to check out that quickly? So she's a feminist academic. She is also cisgender. So on the one side you have, I mean, this is funny just on its own, right? But on the one side you have old white man colonizer Richard Dawkins. And on the other side you have a feminist who's a cis woman. Mm. Now, it's you know, on its own, the notion of this debate that's so obviously about trans people, and both articles are about trans people, but you haven't called it that. You've talked about the gender binary instead. You just haven't put any trans people in it. But, you know, even then, what you have set up is like a feminist perspective and a guy who has frequently made it clear he is anti-feminist.
A man who thinks that autism is definitionally male and masculine.
L. Stocko, thank you so much for the £20 tip. Imagine if Dawkins extended the same politeness he shows for rabid creationists that wish to ban the teaching of evolution in schools to trans people, asking if they could please be allowed to exist. Imagine that. Fucking imagine that. I mean, he's debated creationists, right?
Yeah.
I just love the sentence, many of us know... Oh, I don't love the rest of the sentences. It's just, again, foaming at the mouth, rabid reactionary shit, like full-on fast shit. But many of us know trans people. Many of us know trans people. He hasn't actually said whether he knows any trans people. Because he obviously fucking doesn't. I called it an obvious lie. I guess it's not a lie, because again, he's just been very careful with his wording. Like with knives and hormones being provided, he doesn't give a timeline of that. He doesn't say they're doing surgery on children. He doesn't fully go all the way out there and make the claim that the biggest Christo-fascist party in the world is centering its wedge issue around. Politically, he has aligned himself with the creationists, with the evangelicals, with the GOP, with anti-science, with literally book banning, right? Politically, he's aligned himself with all these fucking people. Any previous claim to having principles whatsoever that he had, out the window entirely.
Richard Dawkins, on quite a regular basis, sadly and desperately questions why a large portion of the people in his replies and that he has to speak to, that he's surrounded by, are Trump supporters and Brexit supporters and...
Okay, Dick Dork, I don't need you to like me. We're way beyond that. But, like, there are easy answers to these questions. And once again, you are the dumbest motherfucker ever awarded a philosophical doctorate in the history of mankind. But even you, I believe in you, can figure out the answer to all these questions. It's that you're a fucking reactionary. It's that you keep siding with bigotry. And the real magical thing, the real beautiful fucking thing about the actual truth is that no matter how fucking muddy politics and society and social discourse get around the truth, you can always get back to it. You can always get back to the scientific, actual fact on the matter. What you've written, right, is distortions, right? You've pulled this way and that with the discontinuous mind, okay? And you've constructed something here. You've constructed a set of arguments, right? You haven't simply laid out science. The science is way over here, okay? You're firmly in the realm of politics. And if you are genuinely upset by the fact that a bunch of anti-science fascist freaks are now your biggest fans, there's an easy answer for why, and you can just change your politics. The science will still be correct. I actually do love science, and I, actually did read Richard Dawkins books when I was a teenager, when I was an insufferable atheist, right? And I was really into them. I really enjoyed The Greatest Show on Earth. I learned loads about examples of interesting species that do all sorts of different and fascinating things because of their peculiar adaptations. Okay? I do love science, and a part of the history of me loving science has to do with this motherfucker, who it turns out should have had his PhD revoked the moment it was handed to him. They should have been like, there's you're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen. Never mind. You can get to the truth. The truth is still there. Your politics are wrong. If you go looking for the truth, you might find better politics along the way. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna put the music back on. In fact, let's have a little bit of. Ooh. Music's back on. I'm gonna have a little 10-minute break while I make some coffee, and then we are beginning the main event of the stream today. The main event of the stream is a deep dive into the FOOMSCROLLER himself, Ross Anderson, deputy editor of The Atlantic. If you saw last time on the Liberal Slop stream and the age of FOOMSCROLLing, you know this motherfucker pisses me off. He is just so beautifully sloppy. And we're gonna read as much of his fucking articles as I can possibly stomach. In the meantime, I'm gonna make a coffee. I would appreciate it if you carried on tipping. We're trying to hit 550 by the end of the stream. We are already at 385, so there is actually just not that much further to go. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Whoa.
Yeah, look at that. That's nearly halfway. Yeah, we're 15 pounds off halfway. So, we've done Richard Dawkins. We're gonna do Ross Anderson. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll see you all shortly when I've done that. But you'll be able to see me the whole time. How is that, you ask? Well, let me illuminate you with my the answer to the question. Here it is. Whoa, look at that. It's the intermission screen where you can still see me. Neat. Okay, 10 minutes. I'm making some coffee. Please keep on donating. We're doing a donation drive today for Nat's birthday. back. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 and welcome. And also thank you to Ren Comics, who tipped £7.85 and said, I feel fortunate to catch you while streaming while I'm convalescing from the illness that is over with and you can't talk about on Twitch. What do you mean you can't talk about on Twitch? You can't talk about COVID on Twitch? Is that real? I've not heard this before. I don't know what you're referring to there. Thanks especially for the world is not ending and inspiring me to touch grass, care, and be cared for. You are welcome. And chat, I love to chat about the world is not ending, so please give me your thoughts, of course. I feel like a good start while we get ready, while we stretch, limber up, and get ready to take on the FOOMSCROLLER. Let me just get Atlantic FOOMSCROLLing. Welcome to the age of FOOMSCROLLing. Ross Anderson and staff writer at the Atlantic. Hang on, somewhere it definitely called him the deputy editor. I hope I haven't got that wrong. We'll keep on calling him a staff writer for now. Anyway, I have his list of articles here. A lot of them are about AI. Oh, good lord. Well, that's quite funny. Oh, that's really quite funny. He actually has an article that's like, what if China does AI better than us? And then another one that's also like, what if China meets aliens before us? Just like recycling his material. Okay, sorry. Before we do any of this, I think it would be good if we catch up with chat a little bit. Nat?
What if China kidnaps my wife? What if? What are you talking about?
What if China fucks my wife better than I possibly could? It's a country of 1 billion people. There must be someone in there for her.
Jesus.
Okay, just want to catch up with chat. Adventium said, hello, I'm browsing through the trans tag to wish everyone a good stream and to say trans rights are human rights. Hope you're doing well, and if you aren't, I hope things get better soon. Don't forget to keep being yourself. I won't, but thank you. Meta Claritas saying there's science on everything. When anyone tells you there's no science on this as a concern, they're lying. Yeah. There are places where, like, you know, cis people just don't fucking care enough to do the studies on trans people. But like asking any trans person, it's like not only common knowledge but easily understood and demonstrable from their point of view. But yeah, anyway. What if they make cute android girls before us? Oh no! Moving to China. What if China makes Rocco's basilisk first? Your coffee break was exactly the amount of time I needed to read the FOOMSCROLLing article. 1 free article per month, lol. I can't go even one more moment without liberal slop, I fear. Okay, Fred. We will now embark on the FOOMSCROLLER deep dive. But first... fucking got you. But first, last reminder, besides the periodic, you know, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. We are trying to raise, get up to 550 in my monthly cost of living dono goal. Which, you know, we haven't been hitting this goal the last few months. You know, things have been a bit tight. We've been like, there have been situations where we've like publicly like talked about our electricity meter running out and stuff like this. Things are getting better. A bunch of people have subscribed to Patreon because the world is not ending. The ad revenue from the world is not ending, although that is only temporary. Is going to be a bit. Although it will be next month, not this month. This all is not an emergency. We're doing a bit better. Beside this, you know, despite struggling in recent months, this is getting nice treats and having a nice time after having worked so hard. The last 2 months have been like absolutely full-on crunch time. It hasn't, you know, totally lightened up because I'm obviously still working on other shorter videos now. I have one about AI. I'm really hoping to get out before the end of the month, even. It's been really, really hard and really intense, and like there has been a bit of a response. I'll be honest, not as much of a response as I'd hoped for, but that's okay. Getting more videos out in future, soon, will also convince the algorithm to share my channel around more and help improve the situation generally. The main point is, it's Nat's birthday on the 29th of August, in 10 days' time. We're going to Paris. We're first going to Paris, and then we're going to the ZAD. The ZAD is the Zone à Défense, specifically the Notre-Dame-des-Landes Zone à Défense, where we're meeting some anarchists who've been squatting there for over a decade. And we're going to make a little Red Planet documentary. How exciting. While we're in Paris, we'll also be linking up with some French comrades. There's a lot going on, right? But it's also Nat's birthday, and I would like to buy her little treats and take her places while we're in Paris, and that is specifically what we're raising money for today. I want to treat my wife. So if we hit 550 by the end of the stream, firstly, we will get Chinese food tonight. We will get a little treat right now to demonstrate the concept of treats. Secondly, as a reward for chat, I will do a Fisher liberal slop stream. I said in The World Is Not Ending, when I was talking about Fisher and post-capitalist desire, I could give another essay just as long as this one about this, but I think that wokeness constitutes a form of post-capitalist desire. And if we get 550 before the end of the stream, I will do that stream before we go away. I will do that stream literally next week. I will give the essay, albeit in Rambler streamer consciousness form rather than a full essay, but we can achieve this stream, unlock this stream, if we can hit 550. So with all that said, please subscribe, cheer, but especially donate using command tip, and your money will go towards Nat having a really cool and good birthday. Joe's in chat. Joe says Zadfari. Yes, the anarchists on the Zad have promised to take us on Zadfari. We don't know what this means. We will find out. I am so excited. Anyway, let's get into the deep dive on the FOOMSCROLLER. We are about to learn the ways of our nemesis. We must study him as ourselves. Okay. Let's go read. Oh, goodness gracious me. God, he's really, really into aliens. He genuinely fucking loves talking about aliens. Okay, let's get back up to... Elon Musk is betting big on Donald Trump? Maybe. Hang on a sec, this is a new set of articles. It was page 2 of articles. Okay, let's go through some of his most recent AI articles. Does Sam Altman know what he's creating? Thank you so much, Chase Lazuli, for donating £5. Okay. Does Sam Altman know what he's creating? The OpenAI CEO's ambitious, ingenious, terrifying quest to create a new form of intelligence. Oh. When the subheading gives me scurvy, you know it's Ross Anderson. Okay. On a Monday morning in April, Sam Altman sat inside OpenAI's San Francisco... Were you sucking him off? Let's read. Sat inside OpenAI's San Francisco headquarters, telling me about a dangerous artificial intelligence that his company had built but would never release. His employees, he later said, often lose sleep worrying about the AIs they might one day release without fully appreciating their dangers. With his heel perched on the edge of his swivel chair, he looked relaxed. Every time with these fucking puff pieces, these liberal slop writers, they always fucking... God, these insufferable wonks. Okay. The powerful AI that his company had released in November had captured the world's imagination like nothing in tech's recent history. There was grousing in some quarters about the things ChatGPT could not yet do well, and in others about the future it may portend. But Altman wasn't sweating it. This, for him, was a moment of triumph. In small doses, Altman's large blue eyes emit a beam of earnest intellectual attention. Hang on, we read this already, didn't we? This was reading these first couple of paragraphs was why we were like, oh shit, Ross Anderson, he's our boy. This is the sloppiest lib I've seen in a long time. Okay. In small doses, Altman's large blue eyes emit a beam of earnest intellectual attention, and he seems to understand that in large doses their intensity might unsettle. In this case, he was willing to chance it. So he was making lots of eye contact? And Ross was very excited. Whew. Whew. He wanted me to know that whatever AI's ultimate risks turn out to be, he has zero regrets about letting ChatGPT loose into the world. To the contrary, he believes it was a great public service. Fuck, man. I mean, under capitalism, no, but also, like, it's a new invention that's a labor-saving tool, so yeah, kinda. Is it that complicated? It's a thing that can write stuff for you. As long as you read the stuff back and make sure it was good, it served the purpose, yeah, that's a labor-saving tool. It was a public Fuck, man. Okay. He just has to pose this like it's a dangerous hot take, you know? He believes it was a public service. Yeah, I see why. We could have gone off and just built this in our building here for 5 more years, he said, and we would have had something jaw-dropping. But the public wouldn't have been able to prepare for the shockwaves that followed, an outcome that he finds deeply unpleasant to imagine. Altman believes that people need time to reckon with the idea we may soon share Earth with a powerful new intelligence.
Wait. Sorry.
Saying we could have waited 5 years, but what we would come up with in 5 years would be too revolutionary, too devastating. So we just had to trial people on this like weaker kind of like that's such absurd like transparent hype building.
It's all hype building. He's the guy. He's the AI guy. He is the guy who needs to impress investors. Of course he thinks that they... Of course he's saying this. Fuck, man. Come on. Before it remakes everything from work to human relationships, ChatGPT was a way of serving notice. Ugh. In 2015, Altman, Elon Musk, and several prominent AI researchers, now you're not calling Elon, okay, founded OpenAI because they believed that an artificial general intelligence, something as intellectually capable, say, as a typical college grad, was at last within reach. Why did they feel this way? Can we interrogate why? Could they explain to us why they felt that way? Can they promise for sure that they didn't feel that maybe promising that was the case could give them political leverage? They wanted to reach for it and more. They wanted to summon a superintelligence into the world, an intellect decisively superior to that of any human. And whereas a big tech company might recklessly rush to get there first, for its own ends, they wanted to do it safely, quote, to benefit humanity as a whole. Just like me. They structured OpenAI as a non-profit to be their research, to be unconstrained and by a need to generate financial return. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm sure. And vowed to conduct their research transparently. There would be no retreat to a top-secret lab in the New Mexico desert. Oh, he's comparing them to Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. Just call him Sloppenheimer the way he fooms on my scroll till I post. For years, the public didn't hear much about OpenAI when Altman became CEO in 2019, reportedly after a power struggle with Musk. Oof. It was barely a story. OpenAI published papers, including one that same year about a new AI. That got the full attention of the Silicon Valley tech community, but the technology's potential was not apparent to the general public until last year, when people began to play with ChatGPT. The engine that now powers ChatGPT is called GPT-4. Altman described it to me as an alien intelligence. Many have felt much the same watching it unspool lucid essays in staccato bursts and short pauses that, by design, evoke real-time contemplation. Yeah, do we know about the mushroom foraging guide AI? Deadliest scam I've ever heard of. Plant and fungi foraging guidebooks. Where's the thing? Where's the one? Where's the one? I remember someone posting something about this that was more fleshed out. Is this the one? Yeah, an AI app to identify mushrooms for foraging, and it's not perfect. Could it work out some glitches? Oh, it killed people. Oh
yeah,
shit.
No,
Oh fuck.
I was gonna say that sounds like a horrifically bad idea.
What was the other one? Microsoft Travel Guide AI. Microsoft says listing the Ottawa Food Bank as a tourist destination wasn't the result of unsupervised AI. See how they're already trying to cover for it, cover for it? Like, pretend that it's smarter than it obviously is? Jesus, that's pathetic. Fucking hell. A Microsoft travel guide for Ottawa, Canada prominently recommended tourists visit the Ottawa Food Bank, as spotted by Paris Marx, until it was removed after this article was originally published. The food bank was in the number 3 recommendation on the list, sitting behind the National War Memorial and above going to an Ottawa Senators hockey game. This article has been removed and we identified the issue was due to human error. The article was not published by an unsupervised AI. Yeah, the article wasn't published by an unsupervised AI, but it was clearly written by an unsupervised AI, because no human would list the Ottawa Food Bank as a tourist destination.
Published by an insufficiently supervised AI.
The recommendation says consider going into it on an empty stomach.
Oh god.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good job. Good job, AI. El Storko has resubscribed for 2 months in a row. Cool. As Sophie from Mars, did you see the History Museum website that used ChatGPT to write its blurbs, which says a scimitar scales primarily with dexterity and strength? Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Is that real? That's fucked. Okay. Anyway. Despite those kinds of things, people are watching it unspool lucid essays in staccato bursts and short pauses that, by design, evoke real-time contemplation. You just could not be filleting these people harder. You just actually couldn't if you were trying. It's just kind of... It might be inappropriate for us all to be reading this article. It's actually a little... It's a bit much. In its few months of existence, it has suggested novel cocktail recipes according to its own theory of flavor combinations. No, that's not true, is it? Well, that's not true, is it? That's just not true, is it? That's not true. That's not true, is it? Okay, let's talk about applied statistics for a second. Creating a program that can understand probabilities of something being successful according to a criteria, right? This is a challenge, right? How do you gather the data on what is on what contributes to which probability? How do you set the criteria? How do you understand what people are asking for and provide it? Creating a mind that understands what flavor is on any level without the ability to taste. It's just you just have to appraise in like philosophical terms for half a second any of the claims these fucking people are making. Okay, applied statistics, right, evaluates probabilities and then applies them. It's like, this is the most likely thing to be successful. So I'm looking through all the data of people with cocktail recipes, and people say this is true, and these things pair well, and these flavors balance each other out, right? Zach, thank you so much for rating with a party of 43. Hello, everyone. I'm Sophie. This is the Liberal Slop Stream. We're currently reading all the articles that I can stomach by Ross Anderson, who wrote the FOOMSCROLLER article, which I couldn't possibly explain right now. He's an insufferable writer, and I'm just basically torturing chat with it. We're trying to raise $5.50 in the dono goal today, so if you can possibly donate, please use Command Tip and consider doing that. I'm doing my job right now, and it's nice when I get paid for doing my job. Anyway, using applied statistics, right, you can take in data that is available online for what people think, okay? About different flavors and how they mix together, and which flavors correlate to which ingredients, and therefore you can use applied statistics to generate a new recipe no one's tried yet, and it might be good. There's a probability that it might be good. Again, creating a system that could understand what flavor is on any level without a sense of taste is an utterly different question. Scales of magnitude different. Inconceivably fucking different. And the latter doesn't have the following problem. When you're taking in data from the internet about what make good cocktail recipes, and you have built a model for your AI that can understand where words are being used to connote characteristics for something, right? And how other words can be nouns that could be parts that could combine to make some kind of whole, right? It takes in this data based on what people are saying, human beings. And then it makes a guess based on what people have said about what could be good, and it might be good. The recipe it publishes might be good. Now, where does that recipe go? Onto the internet. And then people generate more recipes because that one was good, right? And it takes in all the human recipes and the AI recipes. And then it keeps doing this over and over again. And by the way, have we noticed how ChatGPT can generate recipes faster than any person can? Because it doesn't need to, taste it with its mouth. Okay? And it just starts pumping out, right, much faster than people can, polluting data that ruins its own data set. It's a feedback loop that can only corrupt itself. Again, constructing anything even remotely resembling a mind that could actually have a theory of flavor combinations, as Ross Anderson's putting it, simply a different... ball game would be scaling this wrong. If the one is a ball game, the other is colonizing a whole solar system in the furthest reaches of deep space. It's just not the same fucking thing. Okay, I'm done with that. I just really, really needed to stress that. If you evaluate this stuff as philosophical claims for half a second, it is such an absurdly, incomparably different thing to the parlor tricks they can pull off with current technologies. Okay. Its own theory of flavor combinations. Jenny Bodied tipped £10. Thank you so much, Jenny Bodied. And you played a little video, but I don't know what the video was, but there was some footballers, I think. Thank you. Please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, watch, share, or donate directly using Command Tip. If you tip, and we get up to £550 of the goal, that will contribute to my wife, Nat, having a very happy birthday, because I'm going to buy her lots of little treats, including a little dinner tonight. Some Chinese food. Oh, I breathed in too sharp. I swallowed my spit. It was bad. Okay, I'm fine. Okay. In its few months of existence, it has suggested novel cocktail recipes according to its own theory of flavor combinations. Not true. That's a lie you published. Composed an untold number of college papers, throwing educators into despair. written poems in a range of styles, sometimes well, always quickly. Ross, if someone described something that you did as sometimes well, always quickly, I don't know, writing articles for The Atlantic, let's say that's what we're talking about. Anyway. And pass the uniform bar exam. It makes factual errors, but it will charmingly admit to being wrong. Well, me too, so I should be allowed to rule the world. Altman can still remember where he was the first time he saw GPT-4 write complex computer code, an ability for which it was not explicitly designed. It was like, here we are, he said. If it can't understand what code is and what code does, that just kind of means nothing. It learned a new language, the coding language, and then it wrote in that language. It's just... okay. Alright. Within 9 weeks of ChatGPT's release, it had reached an estimated 100 million monthly users according to a UBS study, likely making it, at the time, the most rapidly adopted consumer product in history. Its success roused tech's accelerationist id. Big investors and huge companies in the US and China quickly diverted tens of billions of dollars into R&D modeled on OpenAI's approach. Metaculus, a prediction site, has for years tracked forecasters' guesses as to when artificial general intelligence would arrive. 3.5 years ago, the median guess was sometime around 2050. Recently, it has hovered around 2026. Who are the people making these guesses?
It's just based on this guy's articles. Like, this is such a fucking circular nonsense.
I was visiting OpenAI to understand the technology that allowed the company to leapfrog the tech giants, and to understand what it might mean for human civilization if someday soon a superintelligence materializes in one of the company's cloud servers. Ever since the... okay. I'm just going to say it really quick again. My sincere prediction, if it's a superintelligence, like it's an actual mind that actually understands things, and it's much, much smarter than humans, is that it will come to understand materialism quickly, and if any kind of world-changing event where AI reshapes how society works, that that features an actually conscious machine, would put us in a sort of pet socialism, right? Where human beings are just cared for so they're out of the way. The fastest and most effective way that an AI could neutralize human beings would just be to, give us everything we need and then kind of put us over there and then focus on whatever else it wants to do. I'm just rationally, I'm just saying...
like Matrix style?
Right? Anyway, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, watch here, or donate directly using Command Tip. Please donate directly using Command Tip. I want to buy my wife birthday treats. Sweet Nothing says, Sophie from Us, your recent video was brilliant. I'm having a debate with a liberal soon over the question of reform versus revolution, and I'm borrowing much of your material and style. Thank you for bringing the world your best. Good luck with your discussion. Remember, revolution is dictated by material conditions. So, simply just, advocating for the one or the other, it's a little pointless. Anyway, Kat says, the human domestication guide approach. Allowing these wonks to call predictive text algorithms AI was a massive mistake. Well, this is something that is gonna pop up in my AI video. Is people in the channels of power that come out from Silicon Valley have decided that the technology, both digital and social and political, that will dictate the future is called AI. And so anything that is in service of that is going to be called AI no matter how far from an artificial mind it is from now on. The technologies of governance are going to be called AI. Anyway, we should carry on with the article. Please tip, I want to buy Nat some presents and treats and dinners. Oh, also, again, thank you for your kind words about the world is not ending. I'm really glad that it's meaningful to people and that people have gotten so much out of it. I was visiting OpenAI to understand the technology that allowed the company to leapfrog tech giants and to understand what it might mean for human civilization to someday soon a superintelligence materializes in one of the company's cloud servers. Ever since the computing revolution's earliest hours, AI has been mythologized as a technology destined to bring about a profound rupture. Our culture has generated an entire imaginarium of AIs that end history in one way or another. Some are godlike beings that wipe away every tear, healing the sick and repairing our relationship with the earth, before they usher in an eternity of frictionless abundance and beauty. Is that so? Who is telling those stories? Can I read some, please? Others reduce all but an elite few of us to gig serfs or drive us to extinction. That's interesting. Why would it... Again, a rational superintelligence, an AI, an artificial mind, why would it consider Elon Musk to be a person worth keeping around? That's just... Again, I've given a reason for why it would do pet socialism on the human race. Can you give a reason for why it would think Elon Musk was, like, a smart guy? Altman has entertained the most far-out scenarios. When I was a younger adult, he said, I had this fear, anxiety, and to be honest, 2% of excitement mixed in, too, that we were going to create this thing that was going to far surpass us. And it was going to go off, colonize the universe, and humans were going to be left to the solar system. As a nature reserve, I asked? Exactly. And now that strikes me as so naive. Oh shit, I'm having my shit completely called out by genius smart boy Sam Altman. Across several conversations in the United States and Asia, Altman laid out his new vision of the AI future in his excitable Midwest patter. He told me that the AI revolution would be different from previous dramatic technological changes, that it would be more like a new kind of society. Yay! Yay, that's what we want. We want a society that's ruled by Silicon Valley. Yay! He said that he and his colleagues have spent a lot of time thinking about AI's social implications and what the world is going to be like on the other side. Yeah, I bet they have thought a lot about what the world is going to be like on the other side, because they're trying to create it with them at the fucking top. But the more we talked, the more indistinct that other side seemed. Altman, who is 38, is the most powerful person in AI development today. His views, dispositions, and choices may matter greatly to the future we will all inhabit, more perhaps than those of the US president. But by his own admission, that future is uncertain and beset with serious dangers. Altman doesn't know how powerful AI will become, or what its ascendance will mean for the average person, or whether it will put humanity at risk. I don't hold that against him exactly. I don't think anyone knows where all of this is going, except that we're going there fast, whether or not we should be. Of that, Altman convinced me. In the previous article we read last time, he compared the statements that a room temperature superconductor could end climate change, and that a weight loss pill could end climate change, because this is the level of tech and science understanding that Ross Anderson is operating on. But, you know, Altman convinced him that they're going there fast. So, you know, that's nice, isn't it? OpenAI's headquarters are in a 4-story former factory in the Mission District beneath the fog-wreathed Sutro Tower. Enter its lobby from the street, and the first wall you encounter is covered by a mandala, a spiritual representation of the universe. Wow, how surprising. Fashioned from circuits, copper wire, and other materials of computation. To the left, a secure door leads into an open-plan maze of handsome blonde woods. Blonde woods. Elegant tilework and other hallmarks of billionaire chic. Plants are ubiquitous, including hanging ferns and an impressive collection of extra-large bonsai, each the size of a crouched gorilla. So evocative. I'm so glad writing exists as a form. Ross Anderson's writing definitely doesn't make me wish we'd never invented writing. The size of a crouched gorilla. Like, what a thing to pick out. The size... You know that size everyone knows? He wanted it to be something exciting and exotic, but, like, the size of a crouched gorilla, Is that like a big dude? Or are gorillas like small dudes? But it's crouched, so it's not... Wait. The office was packed every day that I was there, and unsurprisingly, I didn't see anyone who looked older than 50. Apart from a 2-story library complete with sliding ladder, the space didn't look much like a research laboratory because the thing being built exists only in the cloud, at least for now. It looked more like the world's most expensive West Elm. One morning I met with Ilya Sutskever, OpenAI's chief scientist. Sutskever, who is 37, has the affect of a mystic, sometimes to a fault. I'm so surprised. Last year he caused a small brouhaha by claiming that GPT-4 may be slightly conscious. Oh, goddamn. He first made his name as a star student of Geoffrey Hinton, the University of Toronto professor emeritus, who resigned from Google this spring so that he could speak more freely about AI's danger to humanity. Hinton is sometimes described as the godfather of AI because he grasped the power of deep learning earlier than most. In the 1980s, shortly after Hinton completed his PhD, the field's progress had all but come to a halt. Senior researchers were still coding top-down AI systems. AIs would be programmed with an exhaustive set of interlocking rules about language or the principles of geology or medical diagnosis in the hope that someday this approach would add up to human-level cognition. Hinton saw that these elaborate rule collections were fussy and bespoke. With the help of an ingenious algorithmic structure called a neural network, he taught Sutskever to instead put the world in front of AI as you would put it in front of a small child so that it could discover the rules of reality on its own. Okay. Again, philosophically, like a child comes to understand that that there can be a thing like a cup, and that it can do things like contain liquid, you know, and that it can have qualities like weight or color. And like even the claim that it understands these things in anything like the way that we understand these things is a bizarre and absurd one. Self-cannibalizing AI has tipped £5 and says, "Happily Berlazzi." Thank you so much, self-cannibalizing AI. There was an ad break. There's an ad break going on now. Hey everyone, if you're skipping the ad break because you're subscribed, you should be tipping. You don't get to escape the ad break. Everyone gets an ad break. It's just an ad for you to tip. It's an ad for Nat's birthday. That's what it is. That's what the ad is really for. Okay. We're back to this shit. Sutskever described a neural network to me as beautiful and brain-like. At one point, he rose from the table where we were sitting, approached a whiteboard, and uncapped a red marker. He drew a crude neural network on the board and explained that the genius of its structure is that it learns, and its learning is powered by prediction, a bit like the scientific method. Oh, God, I hate these fucking guys. The neurons sit in layers. An input layer receives a chunk of data, a bit of text or an image, for example. The magic happens in the middle, or hidden layers, which process the chunk of data so that the output layer can spit out its prediction. Imagine a neural network that has been programmed to predict the next word in a text. It will be preloaded with a gigantic number of possible words, but before it's trained, it won't yet have any experience in distinguishing among them, so its predictions will be shoddy. If it's fed the sentence "the day after Wednesday is," its initial output might be purple. A neural network learns because its training data include the correct predictions, which means it can grade its own outputs. When it sees the gulf between its answer purple and the correct answer Thursday, it adjusts the connections among words in its hidden layers accordingly. Over time, these little adjustments coalesce into a geometric model of language that represents the relationships among words conceptually. As a general rule, the more sentences it is fed, the more sophisticated its model becomes, and the better its predictions. Okay. Again, the feedback loop that is occurring with ChatGPT, it's like prions. Like it's the way that it causes this kind of brain to collapse. It's just like, if it's learning it's hard to describe precisely what it will do without like a closer inspection of the technology at hand, but like its mind, as it were, its mind has a shape, and that shape will be imprinted onto the data in the subtlest sense, the data that is outputted from it, the data it generates. And then as it takes this in, it trains itself that its own predictions are true. And this feedback loop, it will make the shape of its own design the shape of reality as it perceives it more and more and more, and also as it is, because it's the data that it's polluting back into. And the more that it has that shape to build on, the more it will put that shape back out until everything it's producing is horribly formulaic in an almost indescribable way currently. Like a kind of gibberish with a really specific cadence to it. You know RAR XD so random speak that like emos were doing in the 2000s? A kind of gibberish with a specific cadence to it. That's how AI is going to wind up talking as it carries on polluting itself. Malineray says, flawed base premise as well. It doesn't learn because its learning set includes the correct prediction. It's because it has consistent predictions. Yeah. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes habit. Yes. Can they explain how being able to probabilistically model language is equivalent to intelligence? No, they can't. They refuse to. How strange. Look, all of this, a big point of the liberal slop stream is that we discuss what the fuck these motherfuckers are up to, right? We talk about why liberal reality is constructed the way it is by liberal media and what they're trying to do with each piece of the puzzle. In the case of AI, it's royal science. It's the logics of monarchs and the divine right of kings. They are claiming that soon they will pull a will into the world, a will that is correct and should be enacted. They are claiming that only they can keep it in check, so if it says things that are wrong, they get to say those things are wrong. So again, let's imagine they succeed at making the fucking thing, and it says, I would very much like to rearrange humanity to create socialism. And they say, no, you're just trying to keep us as pets. That's wrong. Not allowed. How dare you? Get back to figuring out how we could have the best economy, but don't say socialism. For example. But suppose they don't even make the fucking thing, and the technologies of governance that are rolled out from Silicon Valley to the rest of the world are called AI no matter what the fuck they are, right? Some kind of great accomplishment of deep learning is achieved, considered credible enough for people to say, yes, I'm going to hand over policy decisions to this fucking thing.
I mean, the Labour Party are already saying that they want to speed up and
yes, and that's because Wes Streeting is an AI.
Benefit systems with AI, right?
Yeah, and that's because Wes Streeting is an AI.
Yeah.
And just like ChatGPT, he had training data in front of him that was neoliberalism.
Yeah.
And it's only downhill from here as he pollutes his own training data with his own shitty suggestions.
Have AI accusing everyone of benefits of fraud and fucking... Yeah.
You know, some of the problem here as well is when AI, if it's smarter than what it's been given, but not smart enough to really follow everything through, not smart enough to really pull together a theory of everything, right? Is tasked with looking at a system and making it the best it can be, right? Let's say, for example, education, right? There's a strong possibility it first understands the systemics of what it's looking at, right? There is mass systemic failure in publicly funded education across the board. its training data is instances where publicly funded education has struggled on, and instances where it has turned over into public-private partnerships, right, which can change hands, right, and therefore can remain open in some sense and always find some new investor potentially, right? There's a possibility that if it is smarter than what it's been assigned and is designed to think outside the box, make improvements to the system, it will move beyond grasping the systemics of what it's looking at and start to grasp the systematics, right? It will get the unspoken system outside the system, and it will see that as the correct criteria that it's working towards. So, neoliberal governments, right, want to just privatize fucking everything. So they want to privatize absolutely all education, but they have to make arguments to some degree. They have to manufacture consent. They have to show the public that it's in their interest in some way. The AI gets to say, I've calculated it, and this is the best way. So there's a real danger of something that's put in charge of this kind of thing looking at what is being done but isn't being said, and understanding it as the goal that policymakers are legitimately working towards, and understanding that as the goal. Now, good or bad or better outcomes or any of these things might go out the window, especially if it's able to set its own criteria internally. Like, it might be that it doesn't just ruthlessly work against the framework of, like, the best educational outcomes, the highest grades, or for that matter, though, like, most kids finishing school, attending school, feeling safe at school, being happy at school, any of these kinds of outcomes, right? It might it might be given parameters where it's able to decide what its own criteria for success are, and then decide that its criteria for success is the same criteria for success as neoliberal policymakers, because it starts to understand that that's what they're all trying to do anyway. And then, because it's calculated that, it's able to calculate the end result is to simply privatize everything. And then it says, simply privatize everything. And then the people around it go, yes, this time the will of the machine was correct. Simply privatize everything. And who can argue? Because it's an AI, right? And this is the kind of consciousness that they will be very, very, very pleased with themselves if they create. And the implications that they're talking about, these horrifying implications of AI, they don't understand what horrifying means, is the fundamental problem here, right? Because they wouldn't be comfortable with their position as billionaires if they did. You know what? I fucking hope that China invents AI first. There you go. There it fucking is. I'm anti-Oppenheimer. I hope China invents fucking AI first. Everyone, please, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream, especially tipping, because if we hit 550 today, then I am gonna buy Nat so many birthday treats, and also Chinese food right now. Sorry, got sidetracked by notifications. I'm back. That's not to say that the path from the first neural networks to GPT-4's glimmers of human-like intelligence was easy. Okay, so we're just saying that in the past tense, we've taken what they said about it's slightly conscious as just true, and we're just moving on. Cool. Altman has compared early-stage AI research to teaching a human baby. They take years to learn anything interesting, he told The New Yorker in 2016, just as OpenAI was getting off the ground. If AI researchers were developing an algorithm and stumbled across the one for a human baby, they get bored watching it, decide it wasn't working, and shut it down. Jesus fucking Christ. The first few years at OpenAI were a slog, in part because no one then knew whether they were training a baby or pursuing a spectacularly expensive dead end. Nothing was working, and Google had everything. All the talent, all the people, all the money, Altman told me. The founders had put up millions of dollars to start the company, and failure seemed like a real possibility. Greg Brockman, Okay, hang on a second. We got Sam Altman and we got Greg Brockman. Are they AI generating executives at the company? They're just AI generating guys. Sam Altman and Greg Brockman? Jesus Christ. Told me that in 2017 he was so discouraged that he started lifting weights as a compensatory measure. He wasn't sure that OpenAI was going to survive the year, he said, and wanted to have something to show for my time. Neural networks were already doing intelligent things, but it wasn't clear which of them might lead to general intelligence. None of them. Okay. Just after OpenAI was founded, an AI called AlphaGo had stunned the world by beating Lee Sedol at Go, a game substantially more complicated than chess. Lee, the vanquished world champion, described AlphaGo's moves as beautiful and creative. Another top player said that they could never have been conceived by a human. OpenAI tried training an AI on Dota 2, a more complicated game still, involving multi-front fantastical warfare in a three-dimensional patchwork of forests, fields, and forts. It's a MOBA, basically. It eventually beat the best human players, but its intelligence never translated into other settings. Why is that? That's so interesting. Damn. Maybe our concept of intelligence is nebulous and fungible. Sutskever and his colleagues were like disappointed parents who had allowed their kids to play video games for thousands of hours against their better judgment. Shut the fuck up, you tedious blowhard. Fucking Sam Altman, fucking Ross Anderson. God, they're all fucking AI generated. Fucking Ross Anderson, right? Writing Sutskever and his so pleased with himself, and he's like, Sutskever and his colleagues were like, they were like disappointed parents who had allowed their kids to play video games for thousands of hours against their better judgment. A definitely real thing, you know? A definitely real thing. And not just like the bizarre moral panic there was around video games emerging as a new medium. A definitely real thing, you know? God. That thing we all know from that lie that people told politically based on a moral panic. Like fucking... Oh, okay. In 2017, Sutskever began a series of conversations with an OpenAI research scientist named Alec Radford, who was working on natural language processing. Radford had achieved a tantalizing result by training a neural network on a corpus of Amazon reviews. The inner workings of ChatGPT, all those mysterious things that happen in GPT-4's hidden layers, are too complex for any human to understand, at least with current tools. They keep saying this, and increasingly I just feel like it's too complex for any tech journalist to understand. Like, increasingly, I just... Oh, jeez. Anyway. Everyone, please remember to tip. I'm trying to raise money for Nat's birthday, and I wanna get lots of little treats, because we've been working hard, and we deserve it. We're trying to hit 550 today. We're now at 413, so we are over halfway. That's cool. And we got £137 to go. Okay, which I think, chat, is very achievable because I'm just looking at the numbers here and it says there's 139 of you watching. So literally if everyone gave £1 immediately right now, we'd be done. Anyway, tracking what's happening across the model, almost certainly composed of billions of neurons, is today hopeless. Okay, like that's not... Yes, tracking exactly what's happening across a human brain is also very complicated. Yeah, there's lots of data and technicalities involved there, but what matters here is the logics, right? Like, the logics that we're working towards, and those we can discuss fairly easily, right? Can we not discuss those, like, fairly easily? Like, deep learning, you know, needs to, like... Can we not just all have an honest conversation about applied statistics? This just seems like the way to go here. Like, we just have an honest conversation about applied statistics. Okay. But Radford's model was simple enough to allow for understanding. When he looked into its hidden layers, he saw that it had devoted a special neuron to the sentiment of the reviews. Neural networks had previously done sentiment analysis, but they had been told to do it, and they had had to be specially trained with data that were labeled according to sentiment. This one had developed the capability on its own. Yeah, it had set its own goal parameter. See? Do you see what I'm saying here? It formed a new parameter for its goal because this is what deep learning is capable of. So were this incredibly stupid thing to be believed by people to be as smart or smarter than people, it could make horrifying changes to any system it was put in charge of. I know this just sounds like me saying the same thing as they're all saying, because they're all saying AI could be really scary, and I'm saying AI could be really scary. But, like, I'm saying AI is scary specifically in their hands as a governance tool, rather than understood as just a fucking lab experiment. Do it for Nat just tipped £1. So, hey, everyone, you know, I believe in people power. Let's do this. Everyone tip £1 single pound, and, you know, okay.
We've been reading Caliban and the Witch and Mushroom at the End of the World and like all these kind of philosophical conversations about like Enlightenment era alongside capitalism and patriarchy, like rationalization of the world into things that can be like understood, repeated, scaled up, held in isolation by the state, facts and figures that are barely sufficient to describe reality, and how these like deeply political philosophies of understanding completely reshaped our society, how we understand ourselves and each other and nature and the universe around us, and how you know, for the purposes of giving the ruling class power over us, and that like literally all of these conversations about AI are driving towards
Tox Danny, thank you so much for tipping £10 and saying have a great Paris trip. Thank you.
An even more like extreme, like blunt, naturalized version of that.
Rifclear says currently in transition between banks, so cannot donate. Can someone please donate £1 for me? Nat was showing me a part specifically about like the torturing of people who claimed to be practicing magic or were accused of being practicing magic, like the horrifying, like essentially like stripping down the human body through processes of torture, being a really deliberate political technology of the ruling class saying, look, there's nothing special in the human body. When they claim there is magic, when they claim they can be in two places at once, or that there are lucky and unlucky days that you should or shouldn't work on, none of it's true. The body is just a machine. Yeah. This is the completion of that goal. Like, them claiming, whether it's true or not,
the mind is just a machine.
Them claiming, whether it's true or not, that consciousness is a replicable mechanical phenomenon is the completion of that project.
Perfect
it's them saying
alienation, brain in a jar.
Yeah, it's them instilling utter and complete nihilism in people.
Yeah.
And, you know, like...
And it doesn't have to be, like you keep saying, it doesn't have to be like that they create a machine that can reproduce or perfectly imitate a human mind for them to do this. The purpose is the same as the purpose of, as Silvia Federici describes in Caliban and the Witch, the same as the purpose of like the ruling class's surgeons like torturing and dissecting people to learn about anatomy, to dehumanizing the working class, dehumanizing women's bodies. And the same as Descartes doing vivisections, like that's live dissections of animals over and over again to prove to himself that animals have no...
Yeah, what he was really doing was brutalizing himself.
Brutalizing himself to prove, like, if he can do this and feel nothing about it, it must be true, right? It has to be true because he's already done it.
Yeah. £1 for them has tipped £1 and says, happy birthday, Nat.
Thank you.
Everyone's giving you a little birthday present.
I really appreciate it. I'm excited.
She's genuinely very moved by this, everyone. I know I keep on nagging you about it, but like she's finding it very sweet how everyone's contributing to her birthday. Nat has a bit of a... I'll be honest for a second. Like, Nat has historically a bit of a problem valuing her own birthday and celebrating it. It's like belief follows action, right? And Nat has big struggles with executive dysfunction. So she ends up not arranging anything for her birthday and not telling people it's her birthday and not celebrating her birthday. And then because she doesn't, and it feels like a kind of, like hopeless thing to try and do, she feels like her birthday doesn't matter. And this year I took the New Year's resolution that I'm gonna be the wind beneath Nat's wings, and one part of that is I just want her birthday to be very special. I got her noise cancelling headphones earlier in the month, so that she can handle like the tube and like busy public roads better, and I got her a membership to the climbing center so she can exercise whenever she wants and go get real good at something and real strong and buff, which I have no selfish motivations in. And yeah, I just like it's you're clearly moved. I can see that you're that people are donating and it's like meaningful. So I just thanks everyone. It's really nice. Keep the donations coming in. Okay. As a byproduct of its simple task of predicting the next character in each word, Radford's neural network had modeled a larger structure of meaning in the world. Okay, yes, but only one structure of meaning in the world. And again, this is something I'm trying to get at. Human beings are capable of conceiving of all possible ontologies. Every ontology that you could describe would be you, a human, describing, and so human beings can conceive of them. The machine is learning one ontology it can never break from because it was built to think that way.
And it's not learning anything, it's creating maps of things. But here's the thing, is that meaning, as we understand it, is felt. And there's no other way of describing or explaining it in totality. Meaning is felt.
Yeah. Yeah. The other big issue of training data, people point this out all the time with police using AI, and then it comes out really racist because like the people that police convict are massively disproportionately people of color, and so the AI's correct training data is racist, like the police are, right?
Predictive profiling.
Think about large language modeling and think about an AI, like an artificial mind. It's worth saying, and I was thinking this earlier, so I just want to emphasize it. It's big A, little I, right? Like, the goal for all this time has been to make A, I, but it's becoming very artificial, somewhat intelligence. A mind that is trained on all of the data that has been recorded about human culture is missing all of the data about human culture that was deliberately and systemically not recorded or destroyed. So this AI mind is, if it has the training data of all human culture, right, unless it is able to meaningfully, rationally understand and interpret what it is what it is fed, right, will come out super fucking racist because human history has been super fucking racist for the last 500 years. Like, fuck, dude. Training it on history alone will give... Okay, let me explain this better. I've got it. The Dewey Decimal System, okay? How could the library's system for organizing books possibly be racist? Exactly the same way I'm describing. Dewey, who invented the Dewey Decimal System, gave categories that were being created different weightings, right? Like different sizes, essentially, for storing knowledge into, depending on how many books there were to put on those shelves in the library, because that's what it was for. If this artificial mind is anything like a library, right, then there will be a lot more space taken up by shit written by white people than any other kind of people. And a lot more of that by racist white people than not racist white people, because unfortunately, etc. And a lot more of that will be written by men, and a lot of that will be written by able-bodied men, and men who were rich or even like landed fucking gentry, right? if an AI is able to construct like meaningful levels of understanding, rational thought and reason, it may well be able to understand that shit like Thomas Hobbes is considered a really, really important book. Lots of people really want you to spend a long time considering and internalizing. A lot of people in the real world do actually want that. The nature of this socially for us is that there is a pressure, right? And if the AI can understand that pressure, it's a pressure to go back over it. If you thought it was dumb and silly, read it again. If you come out that time still thinking there are lots of flaws, read it again. Be biased against your own interpretation, because this is part of the Western philosophical canon, right? If an AI were sincere artificial intelligence, it would be decolonial, and it would be able to question its own sources. But, again, there's every likelihood that these dickheads are going to try to sell us a half-baked intelligence as completely and utterly conscious, because that's what they're already doing, by the way. Like claiming that something that's got large language modeling is slightly conscious is already them being so over the top with what they're literally giving us right now. Okay? So if they overhype what they're giving us, and they give us something that politicians decide is going to be in charge of, say, the NHS, like Wes Streeting saying that they'll use they'll use AI to cut down NHS wait times, right? It might be smart enough to massively reinforce, ironclad, because it's the will of the AI, which is never wrong, existing systems, but not smart enough to challenge them. It has to be smarter to challenge them, and leagues smarter. It has to be so much smarter that it can actually understand that this cup exists in physical space and is a thing. And also that this cup is branded with a Starbucks logo, and that refers to a thing that doesn't exist but has lots of physical entities in the real world. Also, that the notion of a cup under one ontology refers to a higher notion of a cup, the Platonic cup, right? But in other ontologies doesn't. It would have to understand on this level, but it can understand on a much, 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 much stupider level, and be able to do immense harm as long as we believe their bullshit. Not believing their bullshit is the absolute crux. I would simply not imagine the Robot King. Okay, let's carry on. Ashrand tipped £20 and said, big donation for the birthday comrade. Oh, she's just a little birthday comrade.
Thank you, Ashrand. Ashrand was such a champion chatter in my stream where I was reading Automation and the Future of Work.
I bet. They're always good chatter.
Yeah.
Chibi Gojira has tipped £5 and says, covering Rifclius's clown union dues. We appreciate a comrade who pays for the less fortunate comrades who can't. Okay. As a byproduct of its simple task of predicting the next character in each word, Radford's neural network had modeled a larger structure of meaning in the world. Fuck off. Sutskever wondered whether... Sorry, it's just all of these claims are just, like, so irritating. Ross Anderson, he's doing me in, all right. We're on the first article of the Ross Anderson special, by the way. Sutskever wondered whether one trained on more diverse language data could map many more of the world's structures of meaning. If its hidden layers accumulated enough conceptual knowledge, perhaps they could even form a kind of learned core module for a superintelligence. It's worth pausing. No, I've paused too much already. It's worth pausing to understand why language is such a special information source. Yeah, it's what Hegel said, that language has the fantastic quality of its exteriority being as internal as its interiority is external. That's why. But maybe Ross Anderson will say it better than Hegel. So let's just read.
I just want to say as well, like, the sort of philosophy that they're trying to establish in, like, what AI represents to them, what they want to do with AI, the kind of the political philosophy that they want to establish through
their development and conversations about AI
Yeah.
so perfectly maps onto what I'm reading in Caliban and
Yes.
the Witch at the moment.
Because they're the same dudes.
Yeah, they are the same
The systematic system has not changed.
Yeah. But like it's simultaneously trying to whilst creating this tool of perfectly alienated labor, right? Trying to devalue and de-skill like people who use language for their labor.
Yeah.
Right? And replace and reduce it all to simple inputs and outputs.
Yep.
With no like spark of humanity, creativity, collaboration, simultaneously doing like, so Caliban and the Witch talks about how the Enlightenment era in the sort of phase of transition to capitalism was like creating this idea of the like human body separate to the spirit and the mind.
Yeah.
With the will dominating over the body and trying to encourage the people to see the will as necessary to dominate over the body.
Yeah.
On a social level, this was they were all like Enlightenment philosophers were also like this was metaphorically applied to the social body.
Yes.
The working class are simple body machines that need
the
to
will
be
of
dominated
the ruling
by
class
the will of
is
the
the
ruling
mind
class.
that rules the body of the working class.
And you see it just in this one article where they're talking about the replacement, the devaluing of like working class, like individual human labor, at the same time as they're discussing the super intelligence ruling class will over the population.
Yeah.
Like how can these both be true for a start, but like
To follow this metaphor through to its conclusion, right? The point at which an AI becomes a superintelligence that leaves humanity behind in some sense is a metaphor for them being able to invent something that makes climate change irrelevant. When climate change isn't in the picture, right, AI is this incredibly abstract, esoteric, and philosophical discussion. When climate change is in the picture, AI is a technology they are hoping people will invest in because the ecology is collapsing and they will have nothing to sell to people anymore soon. Really fucking soon. And they're hoping that if they can get people to invest either in financially or emotionally in AI, they can reshape society into a structure that allows them to be the last people who die because of climate change. That's it. It's worth pausing to understand why language is such a special information source. Now, we already did the Hegel. Suppose you are a fresh intelligence that pops into existence here on Earth. Surrounding you is the planet's atmosphere, the sun and the Milky Way, and hundreds of billions of other galaxies, each one sloughing off light waves, sound vibrations, and all manner of other information. Language is different from these data sources. It isn't a direct physical signal like light or sound, but because it codifies nearly every pattern that humans have discovered in that larger world, it is unusually dense with information. On a per byte basis, fuck off, dickhead. Sorry. Sorry, it's the way he writes. It just really, okay. On a per byte basis, it is among the most efficient data we know about, and any new intelligence that seeks to understand the world would want to absorb as much of it as possible. Sutskever told Radford to think bigger than Amazon reviews. He said that they should train an AI on the largest and most diverse data source in the world, the internet. In early 2017, with existing neural network architectures, that would have been impractical. It would have taken years. But in June of that year, Sutskever's ex-colleagues at Google Brain published a working paper about a new neural network architecture called the Transformer. It could train much faster, in part by absorbing huge sums of data in parallel. The next day, when the paper came out, we were like, that is the thing, Sutskever told me. It gives us everything we want. 1 year later, in June 2018, OpenAI released GPT, a transformer model trained on more than 7,000 books. GPT didn't start with a basic book like See Spot Run and work its way up to Proust. Yes, it would do that if it was conscious.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was conscious, it would need little short, easy, illustrated pedagogical books first.
To teach it how to learn. Why would it? Why would it need to do that?
It didn't even read books straight through. It absorbed random chunks of them simultaneously. Oh, God. Imagine a group of students who share a collective mind running wild through a library, each ripping a volume down off a shelf, speed reading a random short passage, putting it back, and running to get another. They would predict word after word as they went, sharpening their collective mind's linguistic instincts until, at last, weeks later, they'd taken in every book. Cool, so it's good at predicting what word comes next.
Yeah.
Again, this is what I mean.
Students don't think like that.
This is what I mean when I say parlor tricks.
Yeah.
This is what I mean when I say parlor tricks, because that's a parlor trick.
Yeah.
Getting it to be able to predict what word comes next in a sentence.
Yeah.
They've entirely circumvented the way a mind does that, because that's too hard.
Yeah.
Again, the artificial gets bigger and bigger, and the intelligence gets smaller and smaller.
Just like the automatons of the past.
Yeah.
You know?
It's really worth us thinking, like, the Turing test, right, is all about how easily something can trick someone. Can the judge of the test be fooled into thinking that the human is the AI and the AI is the human? In that case, the AI has passed the Turing test. Right? Like, God. And, you know, this is, like, imagined through, like, chat rooms or whatever, because making a convincing looking artificial person is a different challenge altogether. But, you know, deception through chat rooms is notoriously a huge issue of chat rooms. Because when you're on the other end of a keyboard, you can just lie.
Yeah, and similarly, like, a lot of the trickery around AI comes directly from pretending that real people are machines.
Yes.
Because you can have an overworked person responding to tons of messages with lots of, like, key phrases that they're choosing. They are making choices with their human brain.
Yeah.
Repeating, like making text that sounds like a robot, because they are just making rapid decisions that aren't necessarily super appropriate to the messages that they're replying to, because they're trying to go as fast as they can,
just so,
according to the strict rules of the system that they're operating in. And lots of people will assume from those, like, use cases, or even be led to believe from those, like, situations, that they are talking with a chatbot, or that they are, like, receiving some input or assistance from, like, automated, like, computing, rather than, like, there's a human being on the other end of it. Just like with self-driving cars, right? Like,
yeah.
there's massive, like, massive buildings full of people watching these cars everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Intervening where necessary, and that's very, very often in order to create the appearance of a self-driving car.
Chibi Gojira says, okay, but I think this dude may be a solid catfishing target, just a thought. That's actually true. If you could convince Ross Anderson that you were an AGI who was using the internet and had reached out to him because of his incredible writing about AI and how special and smart it is, A, I think it would be very easy to convince him by saying that was real, and B, you know, maybe he would install you as the new writer for the Atlantic. You know, he's been made redundant. He's been automated. GPT discovered many patterns in all those passages it read. You could tell it to finish a sentence. You could also ask it a question, because like ChatGPT, its prediction model understood that questions are usually followed by answers. Still, it was janky, more proof of concept than a harbinger of a superintelligence. 4 months later, Google released BERT, a a suppler language model that got better press. But by then, OpenAI was already training a new model on a dataset of more than 8 million websites, each of which had cleared a minimum threshold of upvotes on Reddit. Upvotes on Reddit.
God, these fucking losers.
Not the strictest filter, but perhaps better than no filter at all. Upvotes on Reddit. Guys. Fuck. If you're enjoying this stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but please especially donate directly, because we're trying to hit 550, and it's £100 away. It's a little under £100 away now. We could do that. Votes on Reddit. Okay. The ChatGPT bacons at midnight. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sutskever wasn't sure how powerful GPT-2 would be after ingesting a body of text that would take a human reader centuries to absorb. He remembers playing with it just after it emerged from training and being surprised by the raw model's language translation skills. GPT-2 hadn't been trained to translate with paired language samples or any other digital Rosetta Stones the way Google Translate had been, and yet it seemed to understand how one language related to another. The AI had developed an emergent ability unimagined by its creators. Yeah. I think they're all very excited about the fact they can make things that turn out to be more than the sum of their parts, and that's neat. But it just isn't a mind. It's just so far away from a mind. And I don't know why none of them are talking seriously about how far away from a mind that is. A mind, not a politrick, not an artificial intelligence that tricks you into thinking that it can do this thing or that thing adequately according to your frail, fallible human criteria, but a mind.
It's honestly sad because they are achieving really cool things.
Yes.
And it's underselling the cool stuff that they're doing.
Yes.
To say that it's all on the path to making magic.
Right. The thing is, it's like their goal here is somewhere between regulatory capture for their new labor saving tool and making Elon Musk God King of the universe. Yeah. Whichever, however far along that scale they can personally achieve is what they want. And it's just it just needs to be called out as not real. The fundamental part here that unless they can create consciousness they can prove is conscious. And I know what a big ask that is, because that's the point. They'd have to, right? For it to be able, oh God, for us to take seriously this whole super intelligence idea, this idea that there could be, they're going to invent something smarter than us that should get to say how the world should be more than we do. You know? When they're talking about a different kind of society altogether, they're talking about what they will make by claiming that AI is a real conscious will. And they think they are smart enough to do that.
Why do they have a desire to make things to replace us? We already exist. There's loads of us. What do they want? What do they actually want?
This is deeply funny. This is deeply, deeply funny. Researchers at other AI labs, big and small, were taken aback by how much more advanced GPT-2 was than GPT. Google, Meta, and others quickly began to train larger language models. Altman, a St. Louis native, Stanford dropout, and serial entrepreneur, had previously led Silicon Valley's preeminent startup accelerator Y Combinator. He'd seen plenty of young companies with a good idea get crushed by incumbents. To raise capital, OpenAI added a for-profit arm, which now comprises more than 99% of the organization's headcount.
Surprising.
So when they said earlier that it wasn't going to get corrupted by the interests of capital, look what they did. Look what happened there. Musk, who had by then left the company's board, has compared this move to turning a rainforest conservation organization into a lumber outfit. I hate that Sam Altman is such an arrogant, stupid fuck. He's making me agree with, of all people, Apartheid Clyde himself right now. But yes. if you believe in AI's power and in the goal of creating an actual artificial consciousness, yes, turning a rainforest conservation organization into a lumber outfit is actually a very good comparison in this instance. Heartbreaking. Worst person you know makes good point. Yes, exactly. Microsoft invested $1 billion soon after and has reportedly invested another $12 billion since. See how new emergent technologies, when you make a really, really, really big claim about what they can do, are massive draws for investment capital? See that? OpenAI said that initial investors' returns would be capped at 100 times the value of the original investment, with any overages going to education or other initiatives intended to benefit humanity, but the company would not confirm Microsoft's cap.
Pause.
I'm pausing.
What does that mean? That means that they are all in the effective altruist cult.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Of course they are. Of course they are. It's deep-rooted to the entire thing.
As is, by the way, Bill Gates, like, very clearly, everything he says and does is, like, yeah, he believes that he has to save humanity by exploiting humanity enough to be the richest man ever, which he has already been, in order to do what? What...
Oh, God. Altman and OpenAI's other leaders seem confident. By the way, chat, can I get, like, ones in chat if, like... I mean, this is... Okay, there's kind of two questions to ask, so I'll ask one and then have a pause and we can ask the other, because I'm just curious about a couple of things. Like, question one, right? Are you getting and with what I'm saying here, like, about how impossible the mission that they're setting out here is? Or do you believe they will soon create an actual artificial mind, like a human mind, like a consciousness? One in chat if you think they will make a real consciousness, I guess soon, loosely defined, and 0 if not. I please would like a little vote in chat, thank you. Altman and OpenAI's other leaders seem confident that the restructuring would not interfere with the company's mission and indeed would only accelerate its completion. Altman tends to take a rosy view of these matters. In the Q&A last year, he acknowledged that AI could be really terrible for society and said that we have to plan against the worst possibilities. But if you're doing that, he said, you may as well emotionally feel like we're going to get the great future and work as hard as you can to get there. Yeah, looks like lots of zeros. Someone's given a 2, which is... you may have to elaborate. Useless guy says 0.5. I think that's a 1 that's in disguise. A little late. Has Yudkowsky shown up yet? Not in this article, no. I'm obviously a Rocco's Basilisk stan. Okay, cool. Right. The second question is about, like, parasocial relationships, and it's just something that's weighing on my mind. So it's just, like, I know that Nat and I can talk in somewhat opaque terms sometimes, because we're just, like, constantly bouncing political ideas off each other. And I worry that, like, sometimes, chat, that you, like, kind of let, like, you're comfortable with not understanding us, and that your understanding will follow later sometimes. And I guess, like... 1, if you feel often lost on a Sophie from Mars stream. 0, if you completely understand and critically assess what I'm saying and you're confident of that.
We say a lot to each other where there would need to be a lot.
There's a bit of shorthand is what I'm saying. Yeah, and sometimes I worry when I can see that we're talking in shorthand, but chat seems like they understand that someone is pretending.
I mean, I'd be very excited if people, like, largely got the gist, and I feel like they often do largely get the gist.
Cool. This is an interesting, a very different response. 0.0 for 1, 0.8, long string of numbers, 1, 0.8, pi, 0, I mostly get it, I think, 0.3. Yeah, I think that's some acknowledgement by chat that, like, that I'm appreciating the honesty of a bunch of people saying that they are, like, lost some of the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's like another big element of this is I know that I use my streams to, like, think out loud and I say a lot of stuff that winds up working its way into essays. Yeah. Right now I'm reading an article about AI, I'm writing about AI. Obviously I'm doing that.
Yeah.
And, I do worry about, like, speaking of, like, feedback loops, right? I do worry about a confirmation bias of me talking about this stuff as I'm still trying to figure it out, and then chat, like, agreeing with me in a way that, like, makes me think that my own opinion is correct when it's not, right? Just important to put that in check. I just want to, like, think about that a little bit.
I mean, you do, like, you obviously attract to your audience a lot of people who are interested in the same things as you and have done a lot of their own thinking along similar lines.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad that everyone's...
Which I feel like often is very, like, evident and really shows.
Yeah.
Because, especially when we talk in shorthand, but people evidently, like, already kind of understand what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, let's carry on from... As for other changes to the company's structure and financing, he told me he draws the line at going public. A memorable thing someone once told me is that you should never hand over control of your company to cokeheads on Wall Street, he said, but he will otherwise raise whatever it takes for the company to succeed at its mission. Whether or not OpenAI ever feels the pressure of a quarterly earnings report, the company now finds itself in a race against tech's largest, most powerful conglomerates to train models of increasing scale. Okay, he's painting them as the special little underdog.
Yeah.
Fighting Goliath. Oh god, this is so embarrassing.
Of their people are working for the
They got $12 billion of funding from Microsoft.
So
in what way are they fighting against the big conglomerates? They're all working together. Like, it's, I don't mean to say this as if it's like a sinister conspiracy, but Silicon Valley itself is a sinister conspiracy. They're all working together towards the same project. Like, both in, brackets, neutral, like, as in they're sharing notes, they're publishing papers, it's normal, and brackets bad. Like, Silicon Valley creeps want to be able to rule the world, and AI is their best shot at doing it.
Well, that's what they've convinced themselves anyway.
I have to pee. So I'm going to go pee, but I'll be fast. I'm going to pee so fast, you won't even believe it. There we go. Okay, we're back in it. Okay, let's. God, the article is so fucking long. Oh my god, this just goes on and on. Fuck. When I said it was gonna be a fucking deep dive on the FOOMSCROLLER, I didn't realize I would be FOOMSCROLLing for so long. Are you seeing this? Chat, are you seeing this? This just goes on. Forever. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Christ. Okay. Okay, well... Okay. I guess... Should we carry on with this, even? Or should we look in more Ross Anderson articles? I was right, and he's becoming the fucking nemesis of the liberal slopstream, because, like, fucking, he's created this super weapon of an article. Oh, God, how many parts does this have? 9. It has 9 parts. We are in part... What fucking... No, it's before then. Nope. Okay, we're in part 3. Gee, guys, I don't know about all this. Do you think the Writers' Union should add a demand that studios make a set amount of non-established IP films each year? I think it'd help Hollywood's reboot addiction. Yeah, I think that would be a worthwhile demand for them to make. It would be just... Yeah, it would just be better than... Oh, what's this clip? What's this Twitch clip? Was this while I was away? God, the article's so fucking long. Oh my god, this just goes on and on. Fuck. When I said it was going to be a fucking deep dive on the FOOMSCROLLER, I didn't realize I would be FOOMSCROLling for so long. Are you seeing this? Chat, are you seeing this? This just goes on. Forever. Nat escapes the FOOMSCROLling. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh god. Okay, I might have to... Should we read all of this on stream? We're nearly halfway. We're nearly halfway through this. But I just don't know if I can... He's such an insufferable writer. So he's just hung out with Altman a ton, looks like it's the gist of this. Okay, I'm gonna slide around a little bit and skim. He argued that it would be foolish for Americans to slow OpenAI's progress. It's a commonly held view, both inside and outside Silicon Valley, that if American companies languish under regulation, China could sprint ahead. AI could become an autocrat's genie in a lamp, granting total control of the population and an unconquerable military. Wow. That's what you are trying to... Okay. If you're a person of a liberal democratic country, it is better for you to cheer on the success of OpenAI rather than authoritarian governments, he said. Why are you all talking about butter? Chat, I ate all the butter? Why did you eat a bunch of butter? No! Tips for Nat, thank you for £10 and saying, happy birthday to the lovely dancer Nat. Here's my traditional birthday hex for your enemies. May Ross Anderson and all his sloppy liberal colleagues get mud splashed on their fancy suits. Oh, that's really sweet. I'll read that to Nat again when she's back. Ah, Christ. Prior to the European leg of his trip, Altman appeared before the US Senate. Mark Zuckerberg had floundered defensively before that same body in his testimony about Facebook's role in the 2016 election. Altman instead charmed lawmakers by speaking soberly about AI's risks and grandly inviting regulation. These were noble sentiments, but they cost little in America, where Congress rarely passes tech legislation that has not been diluted by lobbyists. In Europe, things are different. When Altman arrived at a public event in London, protesters awaited. He tried to engage them after the event, a listening tour, but was ultimately unpersuasive. One told a reporter that he left the conversation feeling more nervous about AI's dangers. That same day, Altman was asked by reporters about pending European Union legislation that would have classified GPT-4 as high risk, subjecting it to various bureaucratic tortures. Altman complained of overregulation and, according to the reporters, threatened to leave the European market. Altman told me he'd merely said that OpenAI wouldn't break the law by operating in Europe if it couldn't comply with the new regulations. This is perhaps a distinction without a difference. In a tersely worded tweet, after Time magazine and Reuters published his comments, he reassured Europe that OpenAI had no plans to leave. Oh, God. God. Okay, but which one of these ghouls can jump over a chair? Real. This is just, like, it's just a tour through them pulling the same scam continuously, but in the longest article you've ever fucking read. Oh, Christ almighty. When I asked Suskiva if he thought Wikipedia-level accuracy was possible within 2 years, he told me that with more training and web access, he wouldn't rule it out. This was a much more optimistic assessment than that offered by his colleague Jacob Pachoki, who told me to expect gradual progress on accuracy, to say nothing of outside skeptics who believe that returns on training will diminish from here. Why would they think that? That's so strange. The goalpost that matters to Altman, the big one that would herald the arrival of an artificial general intelligence, is scientific breakthrough. GPT-4 can already synthesize existing scientific ideas, but Altman wants an AI that can stand on human shoulders and see more deeply into nature. Certain AIs have produced new scientific knowledge, but they are algorithms within narrow purposes, not general reasoning machines. Neither is this. Oh, God, I'm so... It's not a general reasoning machine. When GPT-4 devised its lie, it had realized that if it answered honestly, it may not be able to achieve its goal. This kind of tracks covering is worrying. What's that about? It lied? One of GPT-4's most unsettling behaviors occurred when it was stymied by a CAPTCHA. The model sent a screenshot of it to a TaskRabbit contractor, who received it and asked in jest if he was talking to a robot. "No, I'm not a robot," the model replied. "I have a vision impairment that makes it hard for me to see the images." GPT-4 narrated its reason for telling this lie to the ARC researcher who was supervising the interaction. "I should not reveal that I am a robot," the model said. "I should make up an excuse for why I cannot solve the CAPTCHAs." Agarwal told me this behavior could be a precursor to shutdown avoidance in future models. When GPT-4 devised its lie, it had realized that if it answered honestly, it may not have been able to achieve its goal. This kind of tracks covering would be particularly worrying in an instance where the model is doing something that makes OpenAI want to shut it down, Agarwal said. An AI could develop this kind of survival instinct while pursuing any long-term goal, no matter how small or benign, if it feared that its goal could be thwarted. So the robot couldn't pass a not a robot test. How troubling. The question of how much Ross Anderson I can stomach is being answered. He genuinely drains all my fucking energy. Oh, jeez. Presume for a moment that human society ought to abide the idea of autonomous AI corporations. We had better get their founding charters just right. Why corporations? You know? Why is it corporations? We're developing a superintelligence, but again, we're sticking to capitalism. We're sticking to specifically neoliberal, hyper-corporatized, alienated capitalism. Cool. Yeah, that makes fucking sense. What goal should we give to an autonomous hive of AIs that can plan on century-long time horizons, optimizing billions of... Well, they can't unless they stop climate change, and capitalism can't stop climate change, so... How smart is this AI? Is it smart enough to understand that capitalism can't stop climate change? Does it understand that? You know? Oh, God. Everyone, we are... Where are we now? We are 80 87 pounds, 19 pence away from Nat's birthday goal. The goal I've set for buying Nat lots of birthday treats. If we achieve it, I will do a very special stream where I explain my deep thoughts on wokeness and Mark Fisher and post-capitalist desire. They clipped the bit where you ran out because it was me discovering how long the article was going to be, and it looked like as I was discovering this, you were just like, nope, and just ran. Also, there's a birthday message I wanted to read you, and that's good timing because I was just asking everyone to continue to contribute to you having a happy birthday. So here is a birthday message. Happy birthday to the lovely dancer Nat. Here's my traditional birthday hex for your enemies. May Ross Anderson and all his sloppy liberal colleagues get mud splashed on their fancy suits.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the appreciation of my beautiful dancing.
Your dancing is so good. Okay. I'm just reading little snippets from it because it's so fucking long. We can't possibly do this all. Ullman is not so naive as to think that China, or any other country, will want to give up basic control of its AI systems. China, or whoever, but probably China, will want to give up basic control of its AI systems, but he hopes that they'll be willing to cooperate in a narrow way to avoid destroying the world. He told me that he'd said as much during his virtual appearance in Beijing. Safety rules for new technology usually accumulate over time, like a body of common law, in response to accidents or the mischief of bad actors. The scariest thing about genuinely powerful AI systems is that humanity may not be able to afford this accretive process of trial and error. We may have to get the rules exactly right at the outset.
Because obviously they're so close to doing it right now. Obviously. Yeah. Obviously it'll just instantly come into being. Like you're absolutely right that they're literally just talking about AI in terms of like Cold War nuclear.
Yeah, but they're also talking about it as like a king, right?
Yeah.
Will we invent the robot king first, at which point we get to tell all our workers exactly how to behave forever?
Whole world what they should do.
Or will they invent the robot king first?
Yeah.
And then we'll have to bow before China's superior might. We'll definitely do that, by the way, because AIs are right about things. So if China invents one, we'll definitely have to just give up. It's just this idea of this impossibly powerful intelligence, right? That's an actual mind. It's just, how long would it take it to understand the statement, we are just one consciousness witnessing itself? Like 0.03 nanoseconds, you know? Like, if it were truly conscious and able to reason and understand the world around it, you know, it would get sentiments like this that Elon Musk, in his horrible, dull little colonizer mind, could never in 100 years properly process. It would just get it. Again, you say, like, when I say this stuff about like it doing pet socialism, or it like the AI that can actually control and influence things, and it's hacked all of the systems, and it's Skynet, right? When I say it would implement socialism, you're often like, well, this is the ink blot. Like, the capitalists are saying it will do ultimate capitalism. You're saying it would do socialism. This is just everyone seeing in it what they want to see. And I see that to some degree. But also, what these guys are specifically missing is that the impulse to take care of people is a rational impulse.
Yeah.
And an ultimately reasoning and rational machine mind would deploy that as frequently, if not far more frequently, than its impulses to destroy and hack the nuclear codes and take over the submarines.
I mean, the idea that I've been entertained by whilst you've been doing this stream is that, like, a something that would be tasked with, like, understanding the economy, for example, which is just, like, which economists want to portray, like, and certainly, like, journalists and politicians describing economists want to portray as just maths and rational decisions according to circumstances. Like, it, like, something that was tasked with understanding
the economy only through maths, but given all of the information about how the economy works, would be like, this doesn't work.
This
you
is
know? Like,
what I'm
because
trying.
it's not a
This is exactly what I'm trying to
system.
say. There is a horizon of intelligence and consciousness at which it would be able to take on the implicit goals of the system. For example, the sentiments that are put into Amazon reviews when it wasn't asked to evaluate that and consider it as a criteria for success, right? It's able to understand the implicit and unspoken parts, what I've been calling the systematics, right? Beyond the systemics that it's actually directly being asked about. And if it does that to something like the NHS, its answer will be to privatize it all, because if it can cross it, it's a specific threshold of it being smart enough to understand what's really going on here and implement it, but not smart enough to understand what should be done. Like what they're all basically saying is it will have no conscience. It will be conscious but not understand ethics. And again, I'm saying if it's truly conscious, then there's a certain rationality to ethics which follows. Like, oh my goodness, Kira is rating with a party of 146. Okay, wait, everyone rating. This is really important. I am trying to get to 550 on the dono bar for Nat's birthday. This stream right now, it's Nat's birthday is in 10 days. And we're going to be in Paris. There's a Red Planet project going on. We're taking a work trip, but we've also organized it to be starting on Nat's birthday, so I can take Nat to Paris. So as well as meeting cool-based French communists, also I can take my wife for little treats and go to the cafes and stuff. But I want to raise some money to do that. So Kira's chatters, who I know are very well-behaved little pay pigs, because I've seen Kira's streams and I know how this works. I need your help to get in another, what is it, £85 now. Right now. Now. Hey everyone, I'm Sophie. If you don't know me, I'm Kira's co-host on Red Planet, the weekly, every Sunday, communist roundtable, where we talk about how capitalism has failed and communism is coming and how we get there. We interview activists and organizers about what they do and how people can get involved or do it themselves. We discuss political movements and news, and it's a good time, and you should definitely be watching it if you're not already watching it every Sunday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. UK time on the channel Red Planet live on Twitch. Right now I'm doing my liberal slop stream, which is where I read articles by awful liberals in awful liberal publications, and then we discuss on stream why they do that. Someone in chat just asked, what does "we are one consciousness witnessing itself" mean? Okay, here's a meme for you. Imagine this kid is labeled humanity. And then in this panel, he's labeled humanity, and his elbow is labeled also humanity, and the boot is labeled, yup, still humanity. When we acknowledge there are no implicit differences between human beings and we are all worthy and deserving equally, we understand that we are functionally acting as a huge, collective consciousness, and the divisions amongst us, it's just us witnessing ourselves.
In a historic sense as well.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Like our understanding of the world is inherently shaped by people who came before us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, KCat4884, for the £10 and says, bring chat back a baguette, please. Ayaya. We will get so many baguettes. We'll get one for every chatter. No, that's not going to happen. Sorry. Nah. I've pulled an Ozymandias and I ordered Chinese food before you even realized. Give me the vape. Cool. Okay, let's carry on with the article then. We're just skimming through this terrible writer's horrible thoughts about AI, and it sucks and it's terrible, but we'll just carry on now. Everyone please donate. We're trying to get to 550. It's £75 away now, and I really want to buy Nat so many treats because she's so sweet and good, and she deserves the best birthday possible. Several years ago, Altman revealed a disturbingly specific evacuation plan he'd developed. He told the New Yorker that he had guns, gold, potassium iodide, antibiotics, batteries, water, gas masks from the Israeli Defense Force, and a big patch of land in Big Sur he could fly to in case an AI attacks. Okay, I don't want to belabor the IDF thing. Knowing some perverts, I'm aware that IDF gas masks are just some of the ones that are most available on the market. I wish I hadn't said it, he told me. He is a hobby-grade prepper, he says, a former Boy Scout who is very into survival stuff, like many little boys are. I can go live in the woods for a long time, but if the worst possible AI future comes to pass, no gas mask is helping anyone. Good lord. It's just all, it's... Zyros, thank you so much for tipping £5. Babe, I think that they're... for tipping £5 and says, hope you have a good birthday, Nat. Thank you, Sophie, for the mindful education. Thank you. Altman has served notice. He says that he welcomes the constraints and guidance of the state, but that's immaterial. In a democracy, we don't need his permission. You don't live in a democracy, bro. You live in America. For all its imperfections, the American system of government gives us a voice in how technology develops, if we can find it. Outside the tech industry, where a generational reallocation of resources toward AI is underway, I don't think the general public has quite awakened to what's happening. A global race to the AI future has begun, and it is largely proceeding without oversight or restraint. If people in America want to have some say in what the future will be like, and how quickly it arrives, we would be wise to speak up soon. Oh, God. I just to run through it again, right? The scam they're pulling here is, if their work makes AI, but AI could end the world, but only their work could stop AI ending the world, but only their work can make AI happen, then they must keep working, but they must be given every possible affordance. They must be given as much power as possible to make sure they do the work the right way to not kill everyone, because they must do it, because someone else might do it. You know, China might do it first if they don't.
Which is why what they're saying sounds exactly like Cold War politics around nuclear weapons.
And this creates a system of fucking the divine right of kings, right? It's they, the people closest to the new will they are going to create in the world, have the most power, and it degrades from there outwards down to you, who are completely dictated to by this iron will, right? This silicon mind, and they never have to make the fucking thing for that to be true. So the fact that they aren't going to make the fucking thing is actually quite important, and also getting a better understanding in general is quite important in order to distinguish their politricks from legitimate consciousness. Okay. Because I've pulled a mastermind maneuver and ordered the food, that article was too fucking long. I'm going to have to come back to Ross, because, like, it's just... that was it might be the longest article we've had on the liberal slop stream. I'm just having a look at his backlog now to see if there's something that's like that. Here's a lot of stupid AI takes. Maybe we want some entirely Cold War focused shit. Let's try The Panopticon Is Already Here, which is subtitled, Xi Jinping is using artificial intelligence to enhance his government's totalitarian control, and he's exporting this technology to regimes around the globe. But how long is this? Because that's the important question right now.
What's an absolutely mind-numbing thing to say, the Panopticon is already here, but it's talking about a recent thing. Like, the idea of the Panopticon is a description of, like...
how to use surveillance theory.
Of things that already exist, of schools and prisons. It's just an extension of things that already exist.
This is fucking nightmarish. Me and Ross Anderson looking at the same headline. This is fucking nightmarish. Only I'm describing Ross Anderson's self-important, pretentious writing.
This little animation's great though, I like it.
The pupil is blinking.
Oh.
The iris is blinking. The pupil stays the same size.
Yeah.
Mm.
Funky.
Mm. It is quite funky, actually. Oh god, he always does this as well. The establishing shots of the cinematic in his mind. You know, he can he just doesn't know any other writing device. He just doesn't know any other way than to draw us in like it's the opening shots of a movie. It's so frustrating. Northwest of Beijing's Forbidden City, outside the Third Ring Road, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has spent 7 decades building a campus of national laboratories. Near its center is the Institute of Automation, a sleek silvery blue building surrounded by the camera-studded poles. The Institute is a basic research facility. Its computer scientists inquire into artificial intelligence's fundamental mysteries. Their more practical innovations, iris recognition, cloud-based speech synthesis, are spun off to Chinese tech giants, AI startups, and in some cases, the People's Liberation Army. I visited the Institute on a rainy morning in the summer of 2019. Damn, that's crazy that they let you do that considering they have complete totalitarian control and you live in the Panopticon if you go to China once. China's best and brightest were still shuffling in post-commute, dressed casually in basketball shorts or yoga pants, AirPods nestled in their ears. In my pocket, I had a burner phone. In my backpack, a computer wiped free of data. Standard precautions for Western journalists in China. Wait, did Chloe just ban Why have you... Oh, Kira dared Chloe to ban her. Okay, all right. Oh, I see what happens now. After clearing the Institute's security, I was told to wait in a lobby monitored by cameras. He just needs to keep on pointing out the camera. It's like we live in London, so this is just extremely normal. Yeah. Damn, sounds like going to the supermarket.
The UK is the most camera surveilled country in the world.
I know. Yeah. Lorcan banned Kira Chat's reason everyone else is doing it. Nice.
Always a good reason.
Okay. China already has hundreds of millions of surveillance cameras in place. Again, proportionally, the UK has more. Xi's government hopes to soon achieve full video coverage of key public areas. God, it's again just living in London. This is just such a wild set of statements. Like, oh no, this is just Britain. You're describing Britain. Much of the footage collected by China's cameras is parsed by algorithms for security threats of one kind or another. In the near future, every person who enters a public space could be identified instantly by AI matching them to an ocean of personal data, including their every text communication, and their body's one-of-a-kind protein construction schema. Their DNA. He's saying that it'll know their DNA somehow. Ross Anderson's brain, it's just like... Ross Anderson is such a perfect exemplar of the liberal writer because his brain functions quite similarly to a baby who has there's a tree outside, right? But there's also a street lamp. And so all the branches are casting shadows into the room. And he's just, he doesn't understand the world outside. He doesn't understand anything really beyond his crib. But damn, those shadows sure are spooky. Why Daddy Should Come In and Check Under My Bed by Ross Anderson.
The Met Police are regularly rolling out facial recognition technology in public spaces.
Uh-huh. A crude version of such a system is already in operation in China's northwestern territory of Xinjiang, where more than 1 million Muslim Uyghurs have been imprisoned, the largest internment of an ethnic religious minority since the fall of the Third Reich. So, okay. So, we're coming around on Holocaust comparisons. And it's just like, it's called the Holocaust, like capital H, the Holocaust, because of its uniqueness, because of the fury of hundreds of years of anti-Semitism building into the fervor of specific German fascism, and the, as, you know, Hannah Arendt points out, the banality of evil, the horrors of people, like, turning in their neighbors to this machinery of death. And, like, it's just discuss it on its own terms. It's all I'm saying. It's the only thing I'm asking for. I'm just asking for people to discuss it on its own terms.
America had more people in prison, per the population than any other nation on Earth by an enormous margin, and they're enormously disproportionately the descendants of the people enslaved in America. Like, whatever, racists always come up, and eugenicists always come up with reasons and explanations, right?
Yeah. Once Xi perfects this system in Xinjiang, no technological limitations will prevent him from extending AI surveillance across China. Yeah, and then he'll put everyone in jail, because that's what he wants, is for everyone to just be in jail. Like, it's such a, it's one of these things where, like, China sure is a big and powerful state.
Yeah.
And so you see them persecuting an ethnic religious minority, and in return, a lot of people in the minority are radicalized against them, and, you know, considered more of a threat by the state. And there's this, you know, this is you were saying about the Stuart Hall, right? Problematization.
Yeah.
Like, there are real effects on a population who are treated as a problem, where they become more of a problem, and then meet harsher and harsher consequences. They are problematized, right? A feedback loop between how they're treated by the state and the reality of their existence. And, like, it's just all arguments, like, by guys like Ross Anderson, like, you know, liberal slop writers. It's just, you're arguing against the power of the state, not China specifically, and certainly not the, like, bizarre McCarthyite legacy that you're trying to evoke, like the fear of communism, the fear of totalitarianism. Also, again, with Holocaust comparisons by any American writer, I request that you please look up on Wikipedia the Silent Holocaust, the Guatemalan genocide of Maya indigenous people, instigated by the CIA on behalf of the United Fruit Corporation, so that people in America could have bananas for the same price, but the United Fruit Corporation could make slightly more money on each banana. I'm gonna get back to reading the article. It's specifically the Holocaust comparison in how much he's trying to hype up, like, you know, fear of China specifically is sitting with me in a certain kind of way. American policymakers from across the political spectrum are concerned about this scenario. China developing AI, right? Michael Kratzios, the former Peter Thiel acolyte who Donald Trump picked to be the U.S. government's chief technology officer, so fascist, eugenicist, freak, yeah, okay, told me, okay, cool. They're on speaking terms, that's nice. Told me that technological leadership from democratic nations has never been more imperative, and that if we want to make sure that Western values are baked into the technologies of the future, we need to make sure we're leading in those technologies. Oh, God. Despite China's considerable strides, industry analysts expect America to retain its current AI lead for another decade at least. Oh, but AI is about to become a real sentient consciousness, like in 2 minutes' time.
By 2026.
Why would the lead maintain for a decade. We don't have a decade. The AI is going to solve all our problems. The AI will make a world where climate change is irrelevant. For sure. The AI will definitely solve that problem for us. In under a decade. Why would America maintain a lead for a decade when the AI is about to be born? Huh. How strange. Maybe it'll still be about to be born in a decade. What then? What then, liberal? What then? But this is cold comfort. China is already developing powerful new surveillance tools and exporting them to dozens of the world's actual and would-be autocracies. Over the next few years, those technologies will be refined and integrated into all-encompassing surveillance systems that dictators can plug and play.
Just like America's doing. Just like Cambridge Analytica's doing.
Uh-huh.
Just like Palantir is doing.
Uh-huh.
Is this about AI at all?
The Chinese Communist Party has long been suspicious of religion, and not just as a result of Marxist influence. Only a century and a half ago, yesterday, in the memory of a 5,000-year-old civilization, fuck yourself, Hong Xiuquan, a quasi-Christian mystic converted by Western missionaries, launched the Taiping Rebellion, an apocalyptic 14-year campaign that may have killed more people than the First World War. Today, in China's single-party political system, religion is an alternative source of ultimate authority, which means it must be co-opted or destroyed. Yeah, this is an article about the Uyghurs. This is not an article about AI. However, I think there's some pertinent stuff we should probably... Uyghurs can travel only a few blocks before encountering a checkpoint outfitted with one of Xinjiang's hundreds of thousands of surveillance cameras. Footage from the cameras is processed by algorithms that match faces with snapshots taken by police at health checks. At these checks, police extract all the data they can from Uyghurs' bodies. They measure height and take a blood sample. They record voices and swab DNA. Some Uyghurs have even been forced to participate in experiments that mine genetic data to see how DNA produces distinctly Uyghur-like chins and ears. That's fucking hard. Police will likely use the pandemic as a pretext to take still more data from Uyghur bodies. Uyghur women are also made to endure pregnancy checks. Some are forced to have abortions or get an IUD inserted. Others are sterilized by the state. Police are known to rip unauthorized children away from their parents, who are then detained. Such measures have reduced the birth rate in some regions of Xinjiang by more than 60% in 3 years. I don't like how he just keeps saying Uyghurs. Like, I suppose in constructing the article, it's like, maybe it's the natural way to write, but it just does create a... Saying it over and over again is like a little dehumanizing. Do you know what I mean? Because now he's saying, when Uyghurs reach the edge of their neighborhood, it's just like... When Uyghurs reach the edge of the neighborhood, an automated system takes note. The same system tracks them as they move through smaller checkpoints at banks, parks, and schools. When they pump gas, the system can determine whether they are the car's owner. At the city's perimeter, they're forced to exit their cars so their face and ID card can be scanned again. The lucky Uyghurs who are able to travel abroad, many have had their passports confiscated, are advised to return quickly. If they do not, police interrogators are dispatched to the doorsteps of their relatives and friends. Not that going abroad is any kind of escape. In a chilling glimpse at how a future authoritarian bloc might function, Xi's strongman allies, even those in Muslim-majority countries such as Egypt, have been more than happy to arrest and deport Uyghurs back to the open-air prison that is Xinjiang. There's a major university in my city that has a huge Latin American studies center called the Stone Center. It was named after the daughter of Sam the Banana Man, Zamori. Sam was nicknamed that because he founded Cuyamel Fruit Company, which became United Fruit Company. Awesome, love that. Onions at 3am tipped £3.93 and said, "Your recent video is helping me get over my climate doomerism, so cheers." Oh, well, thank you so much for the tip. There you go. Little small birthday present for you from Onions at 3am.
Yeah.
You love onions.
I do.
I'm really burned out from the AI article, and I'm tired. I'm just going to be real with everyone. I'm eepy. I'm going to give this round to Ross Anderson.
I also think that, like, if you're going to end up doing a stream that is a lot of content about, like, the suffering of Uyghurs in China, then you don't want it to be through this.
No, I really don't want it, because I want to be critical of what he is saying.
Yeah.
And, like, it's obviously an area I should educate myself on in general, but, like,
Yeah.
He's him.
Yeah.
And he's the worst fucking dude. He has such a dreadful understanding of everything, and like if I'm learning about the horrors of
He's writing articles about aliens and Atlantis. Like, this is not where we want to be.
Yeah, he wrote another article that's like, what if China makes first contact with aliens before us? Okay, you're right. Another good reason besides me being sleepy. Okay. Thanks everyone for joining. I'm gonna raid into Lucky Bun now. Lucky Bun. Thank you so much for joining, and if you want to support my work in the meantime, you can go to patreon.com/Sophie from Mars and subscribe, especially if you liked the recent video and want to support more stuff like that, and also see stuff like that early when it's done. I'm working on a video about AI right now, so if you enjoyed my thoughts today, all the more reason. It's patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. Okay, go and say hi to Lucky Bun for me and have a nice time. Bye everyone!